Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream where the professor is the least nutty thing about all of this. Hello, hello everyone. Hello Affeteer, hello. And hello, I believe TVPG has made it. Hello. How is everyone doing today? How are you doing? How are you guys doing today? I hope you're doing well. I hope you are. I'm doing well. I am doing quite well today. I am, as it happens. Had a bit of an interesting night last night, of all things. I had a little bit of an interesting night yesterday. A little bit of an interesting night, but I'll get to that. Oh, you know what? Let's talk about it just now. So, yesterday, I was going about my afternoon, as I normally would, and I decided when I got home, I was gonna make some dinner. I was gonna make dinner. So I made some macaroni cheese, and I do have to admit, I didn't use enough cheese. The recipe called for a lot less cheese than I thought it was going to use. And I should have added more, that was my bad. But yeah, immediately after finishing making dinner, immediately afterwards, just as I was eating it, I was invited to have a meal out. I was invited to a pub meal. So, having just had one large portion of macaroni cheese, I decided, you know what, I'm pretty sure I have a spare corner. I can go for a meal out as well. I can totally manage a meal out as well. So I went to the pub and I got myself a very nice steak. It was very good. But slightly, the problem was, it was a very large portion of steak. It was a 8-ounce steak. And I had like a baked potato and some veg and stuff as well. And then I topped it off with some apple crumble for dessert. And it was really nice. The problem was I had a fizzy drink immediately afterwards. And I don't know what it was. I'm not sure if it was just the amount of food that I ate in such a short amount of time, or if it was some chemical reaction between the ice cream from the dessert and the fizzy drink as well, because you know sugar and fizzy drinks can have a weird reaction, and I think it kind of frothed up in my stomach. So just as I was getting ready to leave, I stand up and I have this massive wave of nausea hit me. This massive wave of nausea comes out of nowhere and hits me like a brick, and I go white. I start doing that kind of cold, clammy sweat, and you know the way that if you're feeling ill, your mouth starts watering a lot? I got that. Not the nicest thing to talk about, but yeah, I had to nip to the bathroom. Although, fortunately, did manage to control myself. Just had to settle my stomach. But I survived. And proceeded to have a nice evening. After that, by the time I got home, had just chilled out, played a little bit of mini Metro, which I've been enjoying lately on the quiet. Hello there, Koniko. We are here for cute Hedgehog and Bad Scientist. The Hedgehog is the important part. The Hedgehog is clearly the most important part there. But yeah, ended up just chilling out, played some mini Metros, and chatting with a friend about some writing stuff they'd been working on, and getting bullied into being productive. So I may be working on a small project off stream over the next couple of days, so that'll be fun. I like getting bullied into a project. I like getting bullied into stuff. It happens. I survived. The whole thing is I survived. It takes more than that to stop me. When was the last time I was actually physically ill? When was the last time? I can't quite remember. It's been a while. I'm not physically ill very often. The last time I remember was, let's see, it was December of 2014. I came down with a bad case of food poison. Mal survived to get bullied into productivity. Yes, this happens all the time. All the time. So yeah, last time I remember was a bad case of food poisoning from fast food in 2014. That was a fun time. That was a fun time. I spent basically 2-3 days passed out on my sofa in a sleeping bag. Just getting up to go to the bathroom and back. That was it. That was it. Fun times. Fun times. Ah, dear me. But no, yeah, no, it was nowhere near as bad as that. Nowhere near as bad as that. Although I did worry I might have food poisoning. But no, did not. Did not. So I'm all good. I'm all good. But yeah, hopefully you guys are having a bit of a better time than that right now. Hopefully you're having a bit of a better time than that. Yeah, we're starting slightly later. We're starting slightly later today than we have been in recent weeks. Because normally I wanted to kind of keep it the same time. Like, well, originally I started at 1 o'clock my time. I started 1 o'clock my time because I figured, you know, that lets me, you know, have a lie in and get on with my morning. And then in the afternoon, I can stream. And that seemed to make a lot of sense. But then I realized, like, by the time I was halfway through my stream, a lot of people seemed to not quite be able to make the whole thing. So I decided, you know what? Let's move it forward a bit. Let's move it forward a little bit. So yeah, I started streaming at 11 UTC plus 0, which was midday for me before the clocks changed. And so I had to wake up at like 11. And then the clocks changed, and then I had to... It was the same time of day. The problem then being that I would, as far as the clocks were concerned, looking at the clocks, I had to wake up a whole hour earlier. So yeah, I was kind of like, I kind of don't want to have to wake up at 10 o'clock. Or have to wake up at 10 o'clock. I'll probably wake up at 10 o'clock anyway. But I didn't want to feel like I had to. So you know what? I decided I was going to round this out, make things simple. We start at 12 o'clock. We're testing that out today. We'll see how we get on with it. We'll see how we get on. We'll see how we get on. So yeah, glad to see people popping by for it. I mean, I will enjoy myself here, but at the same time, I'm resisting literally beating a MacBook into submission because Apple is being Apple. Ooh, pain. That is actually pain. Hopefully it starts behaving itself soon. Are you working on some kind of a project, or is this just, you're just struggling with technology? Because it does happen. It does happen. Hopefully it manages to behave in the very near future. Well, hopefully you will enjoy yourself here. I'm going to enjoy myself here for one. I'm going to enjoy myself here because I've been looking forward to this since last week. I've been really looking forward to this since last week. Let's see, you're trying to get it to factory settings but is not compliant. Ah, yes. I've reset a couple of them in my time. I've reset a couple of Apple devices in my time. But yeah, not my favorite kind of personal computer to work with. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But you know what? They get their mileage. They have their uses. They have their uses. So they do. Let's see. Now, one of the things with me, I need everything to be a pun. I need everything to be a pun. I will make a pun and it will be funny. Even if it's not funny, I will enjoy it. So I need every stream title needs to be a pun. Every piece of text that you see on my stream that is written by me ideally needs to be a pun. I love puns. I love making puns. But I think I'm slightly too early in the day to be coming up with them reliably. Because I need one. Need a good pun. I'll be quite punny, innit? Indeed. I do like puns. I love puns. People groan at them, but I adore them. I adore them. What was the pun? Oh, there was a... I don't know. I'm trying to remember, because I've said before, I play an RPG on Wednesdays and Sundays. But that's not going to be happening as it normally does this week, because DM and one of the other players are currently away. So we're not going to be playing this week, at least not the same game. But every single game we play is just full of awful puns. It's amazing. I'm in my element when I just get to be firing off puns left, right, and center. It's fantastic. It's really fun. But I need one now. I need a pun to do with Yuri. Because we are playing Oshirabu today. We are playing Oshirabu. And I've been looking forward to it. I've been looking forward to it. As much work as I think it might need, as far as a bit more polish is concerned, I've been having a fantastic time with it. A fantastic time. But I just need a pun. Pun about... I don't know. I can't think of one. I can't think of one. We'll just go with the last one. Actually, what was the last one? What was the last pun that I used? I am punless as well. God damn it. I was counting on you there. I was counting on you. I can't be doing all the puns. I mean, I can. I absolutely can be doing all the puns. I'd be happy to do all the puns. If I could think of all the puns. I have no clue. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, I can't have nothing. I refuse to start this stream until I come up with a pun about Yuri. Right, let's actually use Google here. Yuri puns. Ooh. Okay, I've got one here. This one'll do. This one'll do nicely. Okay, I've got one. I just typed in Yuri puns and there's some good ones. Oh dear. Oh god, these are just bad. Oh, that's just bad. Okay. Dad says to their son, "Have you heard about Yuri?" Son says, "Yuri what?" Dad, "Yuri adopted." Son, "Good one, Dad." Dad, "I'm not your dad." Yuri. Wase ego. You have a semi-lewd one right now. Come on, post it. Post it. I want to see it. This is the Say So stream. This is the Say So stream. Say So enforced by hedgehogs. The Say So is enforced by hedgehogs. In fact, where is the hedgehog here? There we are. We have this. We have the hedgehog. X'd out. Excuse me. Excuse me. The hedgehog is right here, ready to enforce Say So if need be. That's what this hedgehog is here for. Ain't no dicking around in Yuri relationships. Well, if you, depending on how many series you read, you can sometimes come across. You can sometimes come across disambiguation. Disambiguation? Disambiguation dicking around can happen. It can happen. Hedgehog say so, not gonna lie. About Mal though, oh come on, I'm plenty say so. I'm plenty say so. In what world am I not? Actually, seriously, in what world am I not say so? Alright, okay. Oh yeah, I do need to say as well, this is kind of important. Because during the last stream, I did in fact finally promote a moderator. We finally promoted a moderator. We've got a mod. TVPG has taken up the mantle of moderator and has been doing some work behind the scenes. TVPG has been setting up Nightbot to behave itself properly, and there are now some commands and some things that can happen in the stream as it's a say so stream. Of course this is a say so stream. Of course it is. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? But yeah, some work has been done. Some work has been done. We have I've been leaving it pretty much entirely to TV because, you know, having to do something, having to set up my stream, that sounds like work. That sounds like, you know, having to actually do stuff. Why would I do that? Why would I want to do that? So yeah, we've got some stuff that we can do. We can have some fun. 8ball, say so. It is certain. Thank you, 8ball. Thank you, 8ball. So yes, now we can actually resolve these issues very simply and efficiently. We can just ask 8ball if anything ever needs to be said. Also, who was the one person who voted this to not be a say so stream? Who was the one person who said that this stream wasn't say so? Reveal yourself. Reveal yourself. I'm not kidding. Reveal yourself. After voted yes, you better have. You better have. If you know what side of the bread, if you know what side of your bread the butter is on, you better even use 2 Y's. You better have. You absolutely better have. Okay. So yeah, we've got some bots now, and that's gonna be fun. We can have some fun with that moving forward. I'll maybe look at some other fun things. Maybe we shall. You don't butter both sides. No, you don't butter both sides. If you butter both sides, if you're to drop it onto the floor, it would try and land on both sides at once and just end up generating infinite energy. Well, not infinite energy, because that's not how it works, but yeah, it would just end up rotating over its end, and it would not be good. It would not be good. But yeah, I paid for 2 sides of the bread. I will use 2 sides of the bread. You do use the other side of the bread. You do. It's dry so that you can hold it. This is important. You're supposed to be able to hold the bread without getting your fingers covered in butter. This is important. But yeah, okay. We're going to transition over to Oshirabu now. And we can unveil the pun. Whoa, next slide please. The Yuri is still out. And indeed it is, as it happens. Use chopsticks. Use chopsticks to eat bread? Why would you use chopsticks to eat bread? I mean, let's not kid around. I am enough of a weeb that any dish that has rice in it, I will eat with bread. With chopsticks. I would eat risotto with chopsticks. I would eat Mexican chili with chopsticks. I would. It's called fusion cuisine. That's one way of putting it. It's out all Yuri round. Yes. Yes. But yeah, something that I do need to address before we get started. Not really something that I need to address, something that I just want to mention. Because, of course, you know, playing Oshirabu, it's, I don't know, it's a bit of an odd thing. I mean, it's not exactly odd per se. It's not exactly odd, but it's attracted some attention. I get some comments on the matter from some of the other Amberglow members. Misaki, in particular, has commented quite a couple times on me playing it. And yesterday, right after I uploaded my schedule for the week, she sent a message in the group chat saying, "I should get that VN you're playing, Mal. Maybe on the next sale." Eyes emoji. And I just said, you know, I'm having a good time with it. It's cute, dumb, funny, all that stuff. And then I just happened to check. I happened to check Steam just now, like just as I was loading the game up. And what do I see at the top of the activity line? Misaki Nobunaga added Oshirabu waifus over husbandos to their wish list. We've got Misaki. I've converted Misaki. How great is that? We're going to be getting Misaki playing this game. And come on, you can't tell me that this game is not appropriate for her to be playing. You can't tell me it's not appropriate. No, says Hollow GSD. No. Don't be proud. Okay, this is not unsay so. This is not unsay so. This is perfectly say so. Seriously, I had to bring out the... I didn't even need to bring out the Hedgehog last stream. I felt so bad. I felt so bad I had to adopt him. But yeah, I didn't need to bring out the Hedgehog at all last week. This game is perfectly say so. It's perfectly say so. So, Misaki being as say so as she is. As say so as she is. This is perfect for her. She can totally enjoy this. Casually rubs his face on a hedgehog. Well, the thing is, I'm rubbing my face along with the spines. Like this. If you rub like that, you don't get pricked. You don't get pricked by the hedgehog. So it's all fine. It's all good. Hedgehogs are cute. Hedgehogs are cute. Dear. I've had this thought for a while. Very much an aside. We're still trying to play the game. I've not even get the theme tune going. Let's get the music playing. There we go. But yeah, no. I've mentioned before. I have mentioned a couple times. I do really like the Sonic the Hedgehog movie that came out a couple years ago. I do really enjoy it. And I can't wait for the sequel. And this is kind of weird. This is kind of weird for me, because it was, growing up, it was never me that was the massive Sonic fan. Like, I have some relatives who were much bigger Sonic fans than I was. But for some reason, it's me that enjoyed the movie more than anything. And, you know, I can't help but get a little bit of an impression. There could totally be like a Dr. Eggman and Sonic thing going on with me and this hedgehog. Like, this is me liking the hedgehog. This is me getting on with the hedgehog. But at some point, it's gonna decide it needs to stop me from taking over the world, and it'll start running faster than the speed of sound and stop me. I've got a feeling like that's gonna happen at some point. Just because I have a hedgehog here. Who knows? Who knows? Ah, dear, dear, dear. But okay, yes, I think it's time we dive into the game. Oh, I've missed it. It's so poppy, chirpy, cheery, cute. The voice acting's good. Not entirely sold on some of the writing or the translation, but I'm still having a fantastic time with it. I like it. I like it. Mal's slow journey into furry. No, 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 no. This is just a hedgehog. It's an actual hedgehog, and it's cute. in the way that small fuzzy animals are cute. There is no furry. No. I mean, if that's your kind of thing, you know, more power to you, whatever. Just not for me. I'm reminded of that XKCD comic where you've got one person like standing up for the furry kid, and they're like, "Wow, you really stood up for me there. Thank you." And they're just like, "Yeah, don't mention it. I kind of don't like how you've become the default punching bag for the internet." And then the furry's just like, "No, you don't get it. This is like the lion and the mouse. This is a huge thing." And the regular person's just like, "Okay, like, I appreciate the sentiment. Can you please use an expression that's less likely to turn you on?" And the furry's just like, "Yeah, okay. Don't use the expression of the lion and the mouse." Oh dear. Haven't caught an XKCD in a long time. Holloway, XKCD is fantastic. I go through periods where I don't look at it for a long time, and then I'll just randomly find a place to start and then keep skipping through them. Like, I don't look at it for months or years at a time, but I always have a good time with it. Hello, Steel Prophet. First thing I hear when joining is there is no furry. This is going to be good. We're discussing the hedgehog, the little hedgehog mascot who I've brought out for playing a potentially not entirely say-so game, but I argue that this game is plenty say-so. Let's just go prove that, shall we? Let's just go prove that. Let's load the game, and this is where we were starting out. Let's load this save. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. So, let's see. The last thing that happens, we had Ren and Shino. They were doing something cute. Ren decided she was going to hug Akaru, even though Akaru doesn't like being touched. And, yeah, realised that she just completely ruined all the progress that she had been making. So, say-so. Exactly 2 say-so points I see. This is plenty say-so. This is adorable, this is. I will fight you on this. I will actually fight you on this. This is entirely say-so. Right, let's get into it so I can demonstrate exactly how say-so this game that I have never played before is. Let us continue. Weaving my way through the crowds of people, I hurriedly made my way home. The area in front of Kinshicho Station was always packed with office workers at this time, so instead I cut through the rundown pleasure district where the crowds were thinner. Oh no, not the pleasure district. And it's run down. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let's preemptively, bear with me. Preemptively, let's make the hedgehog a little bigger. We've got to be ready for this. We've got to be ready because I've got a feeling. I've got a feeling that I may need to use the hedgehog a bit sooner than expected. Okay. Bear with me on this.
ちょっとお姉さん、あれ、なんか急いでる感じ？ねえ。
Hey girl, what's the rush? Which meant that this was a common occurrence. What, did people actually just see you walking through there and try to pick you up? This, apparently this can actually happen to girls. They just get chatted up if they just walk through the wrong bit. They just get chatted up too often. I mean, a little bit of nice chatting up. A little bit of chatting up is generally okay, but don't go harassing people. Don't harass people, generally speaking. Be nice to people. Compliments, give them the time of day. Let's see how this goes, shall we? I wish I get chatted up. All I get is beat up. Oh dear. Oh dear, dear, dear. And yes, this game has got actual audio. The VAs are pretty good. The VAs are pretty good. I quite like them. All I get is beat up. You should start doing the beating up instead. That's what I say. Today I choose violence. Hieronymu, hello, hello. Enjoy your dinner. Good day to you. Enjoy. We are here with some Oshirabu because this is a good game. Imagine going outside. Oh, come on. Get some fresh air, some vitamin D in ya. Get some vitamin D. Right, let's see where this goes. She just ignores him entirely. She just ignores him entirely. Good. Ignoring the promoter or pickup artist or whatever he was, I thought only of the contents of the bag clutched in my left hand. Inside that blue bag were the several newly released volumes of manga I picked up that day.
やっぱり雑誌での連載時よりも単行本の方が紙質がいいし、リアルタイムの魅力も捨てがたいけど、全力で推しの魅力を味わうには単行本しかないのよね。
The quality of paper in the books is so much better than the magazines. It's hard to deny the appeal of weekly updates, but if you want to properly savour your time with your husbando, you need the books. As I was thinking those thoughts, yet another guy tried to hit on me.
お姉さん美人だね。モデルさん
Yo, hot stuff. You a model or what?
はあ、
She's not very impressed. He was blocking my path, and I turned my gaze towards him for just a moment as I made to slip past him. That's when I saw something that made me gasp.
レン
Huh? Ren?
お、なになにこんな美人さんが返事してくれるなんて嬉しいな。
Wait, can she just pull a guy voice? Can she do a guy voice? That would be really impressive, actually. Oh, what's this? The pretty lady wants to talk? Nice. Ren was skipping along, arm in arm with another woman. The girl looked to be a little younger than me, maybe 23 or 24, and was a total knockout.
嘘
No way. Oh, Akuru, is this
い
jealousy?
やいや嘘じゃないって。お姉さんほっと美人。
Oh, no.
雑誌で見たことあるもん。
I see where this is going. So she's just seeing her out with a friend, and this guy thinks that the words that she's saying are in response to what he's saying. We're just gonna get another misunderstanding, aren't we? We're gonna get another misunderstanding. This is gonna be brilliant. Yes, way. You're smoking hot, girl. I swear I've seen you in a magazine. Just because we were linking arms and chatting didn't mean it was like that. But then I saw where the two of them were heading. A white building illuminated by warm orange lights. Through the glass door, I could see an elegant white lobby. In other words...
ホテル
A hotel? The guy jerked with surprise as I grabbed him by the arm and pulled him towards me to hide behind.
さすがにそれは早すぎない
Huh? Aren't you going a bit fast there? He thinks she's pulling him in for a kiss or something? I don't know.
早すぎって浮気に早すぎも何もないでしょ
Oh wow. Fast? At what speed are you supposed to cheat at, huh?
えすんません
Huh? I'm sorry. Cheating. Wait, so as she like just cold, does he think that she's given him a cold reading and that he's actually cheating? Or is he now thinking that she's with someone and that she wants to cheat with him? Oh, I don't know, but this is fantastic. Speedrun? No speedrun. My head spun at the word. I couldn't believe Ren, of all people, would do that. Wait a minute, I thought you weren't in a relationship. I thought you weren't in a relationship.
いや待って別にいいじゃない
Exactly.
付き合っているわけじゃないし
No, hang on. How is it even cheating? It's not like we're dating. In fact, Ren being interested in someone other than me should have been the answer to my prayers.
それに好きなわけでもないし
Look at this tsundere act going on here. I mean, it's not like I like her or anything. Right, I think we can minimize the hedgehog a little. We can reduce the hedgehog size a little. And yet, for some reason, I couldn't stand to watch her any longer. I looked away.
いやこれはうちのホテルを選ばないことに嫉妬しているっていう職務意識の表れで
This is just my commendable work ethic rearing its head. I'm jealous she didn't pick our hotel. For a
お姉
tryst.
さんそろそろいいっすかね
So, you want to get this party started? Just going to the hotel to teach him how to crochet. Ah, this poor guy, he's getting nowhere with her.
これはプロゆえの嫉妬、職業病。よし、もう帰ろう。
Yeah, this is just professional jealousy. An occupational hazard. Okay, time to go home. My phone is audible again. I'm amazed that my phone can be picked up. I have I have a filter. I have a filter set up on my phone. Not on my phone, on my microphone that removes background noise. I think it's just that the frequency my phone vibrates at isn't picked up as background noise. I may need to find a way to adjust that, but thank you. I'll move that. Releasing the man's arm, I set off walking briskly, as though I could outrun the images in my head. I vaguely heard someone calling for me to stop, but I couldn't find it in me to care. That poor guy. You left without even a note on the nightstand. A few hours after that, Ren arrived home much later than usual. She also seemed unusually refreshed and bouncy. In that case, I don't think you need to worry. They didn't stay over at the hotel.
なんでこの男の子こんな病んでんの？嫌なら断ればよくない？
Ugh, why is this guy so obsessed? Like, if he doesn't like it, can't he just say no?
そこがこの子のいいところなのよ。
That's why he's so great.
そっか。
Really? I was watching an anime while trying to calm myself down. Ren was next to me, drinking a soda and occasionally interrupting.
さっきのこと聞きたいけど、どうやって聞けばいいの？
Want to ask about earlier. How do I bring it up?
あ、死んだ。
Oh, he dead. Ren's voice snapped me back to my senses, and I refocused on the screen. There was my husbando, dead as a doornail. What? Ah! You're kidding me!
あくる泣いてる？
Whoa, Akaru, are you crying? Hey, what's this game about? Hello, Yoshi. Hello. This game is about what I can only assume are some useless lesbians. A backsnapping voice. It is a backsnapping voice. Yes, this is a game about useless lesbians. That's what this game is about. Useless lesbians who, via misunderstanding, ended up living together. There's a whole lot to it, but basically, cute girls doing cute things scenarios. It's fun. We're enjoying it.
また推しが死んだ。なんで死んじゃうの？
My husbando died. Again. Why do they always die? The show had already flipped over to a commercial. A woman excitedly shook a bottle of salad dressing, like the world hadn't just lost one of its brightest stars.
ちょっと引くんだけど、でも泣いてるアクルめっちゃ可愛い。どうしよう。
You're kind of creeping me out. But you're super cute when you cry. What do I do?
どうしたらいいのよ。
It doesn't matter. My life is over. I wailed, tears running down my cheeks, I think. Ren was clearly flustered as she comforted me, but at the same time, she seemed to be enjoying herself. Freaking traitor. Oh, it was a show. I thought she had a husbando Tamagotchi or something. Can you imagine that? If they actually had, like, an app where you had to... Like, remember like the Digimon? Remember the Digimon Digivices? I'm not sure if anyone's old enough to remember this. Maybe you are. But they actually had toy Digivices from Digimon. They were pedometers. and there was a whole game about them. You went for a walk, it would detect your steps, and it would get you closer to an in-game goal. It would let you hatch your Digi-Egg. It was really cool. They were really, really cool toys. They were really good. They did one for every generation as well. They did one for every generation. But I don't think most of them actually made their way over here, sadly. But I did get some of them. Nope, I'm very young to understand. Okay, that's fine. Basically, another game that you might be a bit more familiar with, Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. You vaguely remember that. Good. But yeah, Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. They also shipped with the pedometer. Gothic Kenzie, thank you for the follow. Massively appreciated. Good to see you here. Hope you enjoy your time. We're playing Oshirabu and randomly talking about pedometer games. Unless it didn't come here as well. That may be true. Let's see. But yeah, they wait, where was I going with this? At the same time, she seemed to be enjoying herself. She's a traitor. I forget where I was going with this. I had something that I was going to be talking about, but I've completely forgotten. Where was I going to go here? About to find a black market for a Digimon pedometer. You can still buy them. I know for a fact you can buy them. You can still buy the original keychain versions, and that you can battle them. Tamagotchi Husbando, that was it. But the thing is, the Digimon could die. Like, you could actually lose your Digimon, they would die, and they would revert to a Digi-Egg. And you had to grow them again. Yeah, you can get second-hand ones all the time. I'm really tempted. I really want to get my hands on one of the D3 ones from second generation. The D3 Digivices were amazing. I had two of them. I had a black one originally. I had the black one. The black one was the best. It let you get Wormon, and Wormon was freaking cool. I loved Wormon. Second gen Digimon was where it was at. You can still buy them, yeah. I kind of want to get one again. I even had the D-Terminus Digivice. It was like this thing, I don't know, it was modeled after one of the devices in the anime. But basically it worked like the Pokédex. It would like contain logs of every single Digimon and their stats so that you knew how they worked. It was so good. Okay, I might actually need to buy one. Can I afford it though? If I can afford it, I will treat myself to one. I'll call it an early Christmas present. Imagine coming home and finding out your Digimon starved to death. Well, they don't starve, fortunately. They're not like actual Tamagotchis. They don't need to be fed or anything. What they do need is, if they're sick, you need to give them a bandage. And it took me several months to figure out what that button did to heal them was. They don't starve to death, but they can die if you don't heal them properly after they've taken too much damage in a fight. But they're so cool. Virtual pet games. But just imagine there was one of those, except you get your husbando too. Your Tamagotchi husbando. That would be pretty cool. Or waifu. I could totally see it working with like a magical girl raising game, kind of in a similar vein to some of those Madoka fan games that I've seen. They could be quite cool. You give them a bandage when they're sick. Yeah, if they get sick, you gotta give them a bandage. Oh, also, this really reminds me. I just want to touch on it. The original Digimon World game was absolutely fantastic. It was my childhood. So many hundreds of hours spent playing that game. But in that game, yeah, if your Digimon gets ill, you need to give them food. Not food, sorry. You need to give them medicine. And it's so good. It's such a good game. None of the Digimon World games to follow the original Digimon World have been any good. They've all been garbage in their own way. Nothing comes close. It is the pinnacle of monster raising games. The absolute pinnacle. It's more like a monster raising simulator. Like, Pokemon's very much more an RPG, but the original Digimon World it's a monster raising simulator. Highly recommended. Maybe I'll play it sometime. The thing is, as much as I say it was my childhood, it was never me that played it. I was bad at the game. You understand, I was terrible at this game. Just looked it up real quick and there's one on Amazon for $220, damn. Yeah, they can be a bit expensive. They can be a bit expensive. I'd maybe go for a second-hand one, to be honest. I would probably go for a second-hand one. You might be able to get them a bit cheaper second-hand. But yeah, anyway. Maybe I'll play Digimon at some time. That could be really fun. It's a fun game. Okay, let's continue on with this. Okay, we're just fading to black. Okay. There she is. Best girl. Back to your regularly scheduled Yuri? Exactly. After what happened, I couldn't ask anything about earlier in the day. Morning would come, no matter the pain of the night before. I still had my job, and the world would still be turning tomorrow. It was almost cruel in its impartiality. I closed my eyes, and the lids laden with a darker colour than usual. My eyes still stung from crying. If there's a channel for regularly scheduled Yuri, then maybe I'd pay my cable bills. Understandable. Huh? Akaru? Did you do your makeup differently? Ren suddenly popped up in my face as I stooped down to leave the garbage out at the collection point. I had some bags to cover. You should use a highlighter then, not make your eyeshadow darker. She reached out to touch beneath my eye as she spoke, but I straightened up to avoid her hand and tucked my hair behind my ear with forced casualness. But by the way, Ren, yesterday I saw someone who looked just like you. Did we run into each other? Oh, did not mean to press that button. Huh? What's this about? Is that a pickup line? Are you coming on to me? Wishful thinking sadly at this moment, Ren, but give it some time. Give it some time. Pickup? Obviously not. Had I given away that I was spying on her yesterday? I rushed to make excuses, but Ren didn't seem to care at all. Instead, she clung to my arm with a smile. If I saw you, I'd obviously come say hi to you. Duh. I'd run away before she could spot me, but I couldn't say that. Oh, bear with me a sec. I just had a thought. I noticed something in my stream last time. I played around with a little bit of delay on my microphone before, but that causes a little bit of a delay with the desktop audio as well. So let's add... Oh, that could be... Let's see. Bear with me, because I don't want to be talking over part of the speech. Let's see. I'll probably need to change this later. Desktop audio. 150 milliseconds. That should work. There we go. Okay, back to it. Anyway, notice anything? She leaned in closer, looking up at me with her big brown eyes. Her skin was smooth, and gloss shone on her slightly pouty lips. I guess you wouldn't. Is she testing me? Was she trying to get me to prove she was cheating? I racked my brain for a response, but in the end settled for just heading to work. You just walked away from her like that, as you do. As you do. Clack, clack. The tap of my fingers on the keyboard echoed through the stillness. I scrolled through the feed, running my eyes quickly over the text.
オフ会イベント、なんかオタクと近いかも。
She's stalking her online. Meetups, events. Huh, guess her life isn't so different to an otaku's. I'd slipped out of bed, leaving Ren fast asleep, and come into the dining room to search for the other woman.
別に気になるわけじゃないけど、悪い人と付き合ってたら心配だし、保護者みたいなものだから。
Not that I really care. I'm just concerned in case she's getting involved with someone who's bad news. Right, I'm just acting in her interests, like a responsible adult should. What about you as a responsible adult here, Akaru? What part of you is a responsible adult? Making excuses to myself, I continued searching the net. Ren had mentioned it was hard to meet other girls, so I should be able to pin down where she'd met this other woman.
イベントの公式サイトあるじゃん。大きいオフ会みたいな感じかな。
Oh, here's the unofficial website for this event. Seems like some big IRL meetup. I'd been to such IRL meetups before and knew they were a good place to meet people, if you were into that. I'd met plenty of people at them myself, although only fellow nerd friends, of course.
プロモーションビデオ、そんなのあるんだ。
Ah, there's even a promotional video. The air is thick with Tsun. It is. It is. You could carve off a slice. Which is what I'm here for. Thinking it was unusual for these events to have a video, I followed the link.
これってクラブじゃ。っていうか、なんでこんな過激な衣装。チューしている。
Huh? Isn't this a nightclub? And what's with these outfits? Huh? They're kissing? Scantily clad women were dancing in what appeared to be a club. One bikini-clad girl was kissing another's chest. Every scene was new and shocking to me.
ちょっと待って。レンはこんなところに？
Hold up. Ren goes to things like this? You know, it's at this point that I appreciate that the creators didn't actually put images of this on screen. I think it's the professional in me says that it's a missed opportunity. The streamer in me very much appreciates that I don't need to move the hedgehog onto the screen. Some of the girls in the video looked pretty young. Worry bloomed in my chest to think of Ren at such a place.
レンなんて可愛いからすごいモテるだろうし。
It's really cute, so I bet she's really popular. Ah, damn it. I imagined Ren surrounded by women. It made me uncomfortable, but I could totally see it happening. As I looked into it further, I found these gay events were generally held in an area of Shinjuku called Nichome. It wasn't far from here.
もしかしてこういうところで出会った人かも。
Maybe she met that other woman at one of these events. And if I went to one of them... maybe I would meet her too. This can only end well. I closed my laptop, resolved to visit this gay district for myself. Well... this... I hope this doesn't awaken something in her. On my way home from work, just before 7 PM, I made my way through the plaza in front of Shinjuku Station's east exit and crossed over the main road. I was soon among the clubs and bars of downtown, but my... Okay, yeah, once again, I think this is the second time I've seen the line cut off there. I was soon among the clubs, but my sense of direction was terrible, something like that. It was past the department store, somewhere around here. As I followed the direction of the map app, I started to see the signs I was looking for. I peered into one doorway that said, "Women Only." Oh, that's here. Oh, I noticed this sign last time. Wait, it's called... It's called Silver Finger. It's called Silver Finger. Oh dear. Oh dear. And as a little side note, I happen to be reading a little book on like on imagery of colors, kind of thing, or associations with particular colors. Gold is generally associated with the masculine, whereas silver is usually associated with the feminine. Not exclusively, but quite often. There is a bit of an association there. So being Silver Finger, I mean, in a woman-only store, this suggests Silver Finger, Woman Finger. Questionable. Questionable.
なんか思ったよりも普通かも。
It's more normal than I was expecting. Sure, I'd seen several same-sex couples walking around, but other than that, the place didn't seem to have much different to any other downtown area. Having said that, most places were still
ちょっ
closed.
と早かったかな。
Guess I'm early. While I never really went out to bars or clubs, I had at least a vague idea of what nightlife entailed, and it was probably the same here. For the time being, I decided to kill some time in a bookshop Shino had recommended to me. Apparently they specialised in gay books and magazines.
っていうか、なんでシノそういうの知ってるんだろう。
Come to think of it, I wonder how Shino knew about it. Maybe because she's already gone on record as being into yaoi and yuri? Shino was even more into this stuff than me, so she must have come across it before. It only took me a few minutes to reach my destination, and I quickly stepped
い
inside.
らっしゃいませ。
Welcome! The white-bearded man greeted me cheerfully before returning to his work at the register. Looking around, I saw that the contents of the store were different to your average bookstore.
こういうところでレンも本買ったりするのかな。あんまりレンが恋愛ものとか読んでるイメージないけど。
I wonder if Ren buys stuff here, although I can't imagine her reading romance.
すみません。い
Sorry.
え、こちらこそ。
No, I'm sorry. I must have become unsteady on my feet as I gazed at the shelves of manga with pretty women on the covers. I apologised to the customer I'd almost blundered into, and busied myself picking a book off the shelf.
これユリって言うんだよね。イラストかわいい。
This is how it begins. Oh, this art is so cute. Oh! That's how it begins. That's where it begins. This is that Yuri genre, right? Oh, this art is so cute. I stared at a delicate illustration of two girls kissing. I took in the cover and the blurb, but still wasn't quite sure what to make of it, so I returned it to the shelf. As I did so, my eyes met those of the woman beside me. Down the rabbit hole she goes, very much indeed. Question mark. Yeah, because I mean, like, if you're in one of these places, to be fair, she's becoming that Simpsons meme where Homer is in the gay bar. No, it wasn't the gay bar. It was the gay steel mill. It was the gay steel mill. Oh my God, what's happening now? We work hard. We play hard. That was an interesting episode in many ways. There was a video by Fact Fiend that broke down a little bit about that episode. Apparently, yeah, they had a special guest star to play. Oh, what was his name? You know the guy that shows up in that episode, the one that Homer initially becomes friends with before realizing he's gay. It's on the tip of my tongue and I can't remember. But yeah, they had a guy play him, and he was very kind of famous LGBT actor, and personality. And he was surprised when they approached him and they were like, yeah, we want you to do this episode. We're calling it Homer's Phobia, and it's about Homer's initially homophobic. And he was completely okay with doing it, and there was some people quite surprised. They were like, Richard Simmons. It may have been Richard Simmons. That maybe I don't think that was the name of the character. It might have been the name of the actor. I forget. Some people were surprised why he decided to take on the role, given the subject matter. And he said, you know what, Homer, the thing is, Homer at the end of it does get past it to a degree. He gets past the phobia and actually is willing to accept him, kind of thing. Which is fair. Like you can't deal with issues in the real world just by saying that they don't exist or shouldn't exist, kind of thing. You have to recognize that they exist and be able to actually address them in practice. You can't just change minds overnight. People are very what's it called? People are very stubborn like that. But he was willing to go along with it. And he had like one note. He had one note about the script that he was originally handed, which was that they decided to use the F word. It was in Homer's rant about how I forget where it was. I think it was in Homer's rant where he's like, "You took all of our names, like Barry and Bruce and Lance." John Waters, that was it. Yeah. And like, you took all of our strong names like Barry and Bruce and Lance. Now they're just. And then he comes in queer, and he's like, yeah, and that's another thing. I resent you people, using that word. That's our word for making fun of you. We need it. And you're just like, wow, they actually put this much concentrated vitriol in an episode. You could not get away with that stuff now. Yeah, and the writers did not know it was offensive, particularly the use of the F word. The actor they got in for it did actually have to sit them down and say, no, seriously, you can't quite use this word the way that you would others. You need to understand that. I mean, the writers clearly had good intentions in writing the story the way that they did, but yeah, like there's good intentions and there's also ignorance, kind of thing. The two aren't mutually exclusive, is the thing. But yeah, whole interesting time. By the end of the day, they made the changes to the script. It's probably a bit of a contentious episode as far as Simpsons episodes go, but I think it's a whole thing. But yeah, how did I get onto that? Oh yeah, I was talking about how Akira feels awkward here about looking at these manga and stuff. But the thing is, the other people there are like, yeah, I don't care. Like, you're here for something. You're here to like read this and have a good time. Don't worry about it. Compared her descent to the meme. That was it. Oh dear. But yeah, like she doesn't need to. It's easy to feel bashful, kind of thing. You know, it's easy to feel bashful about that kind of thing. But the people around you, they don't know who you are, really, most of the time. They don't know who you are. They don't know about your interests or care. Pretty sure she's into it as well if she's there. Oh, I just faded to black. Oh, that's sad. Suddenly feeling awkward, I turned and made my way quickly out of the store. Once outside, I stood in the cool night breeze, shoulders trembling slightly. Oh, she got awkward. What was I doing? Turning my gaze upwards, I saw the dark night sky peeking through in squares between the buildings, glittering with tiny pinpoints of starlight. It was beautiful. Oh, who's this? Who is this Stacy who has approached our heroine? Huh? Oh, you were in the store. Startled by the sudden voice, I turned in its direction and recognized the woman from the bookstore. She was around the same height as me, although slightly taller in
さ
heels.
っき目があったから、もしかして誘ってるのかなって。
You caught my eye back there, so I wondered if you were hitting on me.
いや、それは。
No, that wasn't. Confused, I took a step back, but the woman simply leaned in further towards me.
近い近い近い。
It's way in my personal space. Her eyes glowed under the neon signs. Overwhelmed by the intensity of her gaze, I held her back with both hands.
私はそういうんじゃなくての。
I'm not like that. I cut myself off. I'm normal. Those were the words I'd been about to say, but there was something wrong with them. I need an adult Akuru, probably. If I said that, it would mean this woman in front of me was not normal.
歯ブラシ、色地にしようよ。
Flashback to her thoughts about being a newly wedded couple with Ren. Let's get matching toothbrushes.
私ピンクがいいから、アクルはブルーとかかな。
I'll be pink, so I guess maybe you can be blue? Somehow I felt that world could split mine and Ren's world in two.
ごめんなさい。さっきはただ本を買いに行っただけなんです。
I'm sorry, I was just in there for the books before.
そう。私も勘違いして。ごめんなさ
I
い。
see. Sorry for getting the wrong idea. The woman took a step back, smiling slightly. Her heels clacked loudly against the
あな
concrete.
た、恋人がいるの？
Do you have a girlfriend?
恋人？いや、そういうのじゃなくて、ただ。
Girlfriend? No, I don't. Just what? Just a noisy, lucky, stubborn roommate with a thing for me? That was all.
残念。
Shame. I felt something in my chest ache as the woman put her finger to her lips. The gesture reminded me of Ren.
ごめんなさい。私、もう帰らないと。
I'm sorry. I should go. I flashed the woman a smile before taking my leave. I felt bad, but at that moment, I wanted nothing more than to get home, to where Ren was waiting for me. The girl asked another girl if she has a girlfriend. She did, as it happens. As it happens, she did. Well, this woman did think that Akuru was kind of interested in her, had the fortitude to come after her and say, hey, were you hitting on me there? Are you interested? And then ask if she had a girlfriend. Yeah. I don't know why you would be surprised about this. This is perfectly on par for this story.
ちゃんとレンに聞こう。相手のこと。
I'll just ask Ren about that other woman. Which is what you should have done from the start. To be honest. Usually, I didn't Ren know when I was on my way home. After all, it was my own home. But today, I decided to send her a message. It was only short. I'm on my way home.
ただいま。
I'm back.
おかえり。
Oh, welcome home. Ren came rushing up to me the moment I opened the front door. The smell of soy sauce followed her.
あれ、ご飯作ったの？
Oh, did you cook?
うん。ちょうど今煮込んでるとこ。
Yep, it's just simmering. Ren had been cooking more lately, but it was rare for her to do everything herself from scratch. Curious as to what it contained, I lifted the lid from the bubbling pot and peered inside.
鶏肉の煮付け？
Chicken hot pot? A chicken leg on the bone was cooking in a soy sauce base.
最近肌のメンテナンスに力入れてるの。鶏肉は美容にいいんだって。
I'm like really trying to take care of my skin lately, and apparently chicken's good for it. She showed me her phone, which was open to a page on a recipe site with the title, Make Your Skin Glow with this low-calorie, collagen-rich chicken stew. Oh, I do like a chicken stew. I absolutely do.
レンの年でそんな混ぜたことしなくても。
You don't need to be worried about this at your age.
こういうのは若いうちにやっとくもんなんだって。夏は露出も増えるし。
You've got to get started on this stuff while you're young. And I'm going to be showing more skin in summer. Ren explained to me enthusiastically. She was already plenty pretty enough, but it seemed she had her sights set on higher goals.
それに。
Plus, she paused for a beat, looking up at me. She looked a little annoyed for some reason, and I tilted my head curiously. How saucy. This is very saucy.
ん
Hmm?
アクル、めっちゃ肌綺麗なんだもん。
You have such nice skin.
は
Huh?
もう毎日アクルの寝顔見てるとさ、すっごい綺麗なんだもん。全然油浮かないし、毛穴ないんじゃないのってくらい肌きめ細かいし。
I watch you sleep every day and you're so pretty. Your skin is like so smooth. It's like you don't even have pores.
っていうか、何勝手に人の寝顔見てるの？
Why the heck are you watching me sleep? Creepy.
アクルにも見せてあげたいくらいなんだから。アクルの寝顔めっちゃくちゃ綺麗で、しかも可愛いとか何って感じ。
You'd get it if you saw yourself. You're like so cute and pretty. She was angrily shouting compliments at me, which was confusing. And for my part, I didn't know whether to be embarrassed or annoyed.
レンだって十分肌綺麗じゃない。
Your skin's plenty nice as it is.
あ、そうそうそれ。わかる？
Oh wow.
この前エステ行ったんだよね。
She made such a she made such a twist there. She went from shouting at her in frustration to, oh right, check this out. I went to the spa the other
エ
day.
ステ？
The spa?
だからほら。
Yeah, feel. She grabbed hold of my hand and brought it to her cheek, running it over her skin. What is the gasp? What is the gasp? I felt her smooth skin beneath my fingertips. The sensation must have tickled her, because she squirmed slightly.
すべすべになったでしょ。
It's all smooth.
ね。
Sure is. My breath hitched. I quickly pulled my hand back and turned away. Smooth like my brain. Oh, come now. Nothing is that smooth. That was close. Close to what, I don't know, but close to something. Yeah.
確かにエステの効果出てるかも。って。
Seems like the SPA treatment worked. Seems like the spa treatment worked. Hang on. Spa? Those Yuri VNs always have the best BGMs. They do. They do. It's not a Yuri VN. Or at least... Yeah, at least most of it's not a Yuri VN. Like the vast majority of it. But the Katawa Shoujo soundtrack. The soundtrack for Katawa Shoujo is absolutely fantastic. If you've not played it, I would highly recommend it. I absolutely love that game. But the one track on the soundtrack called Afternoon, I think it was composed by Nicole Armafi. Afternoon is the single greatest track on that entire soundtrack. I have it on my phone, I listen to it when I'm walking, it's just that good. Majority? What have I witnessed the last 30 minutes? I'm talking about a different game. I'm talking about a different game, Katawa Shoujo. The majority of it is not Yuri. This is pretty much entirely Yuri. Not to worry, not to worry. Something clicked in my head.
それってどこにあるの？
What spa? Never played Katawa Shoujo, but people are still talking about it to this day. That's because it's really good. It's really good. I absolutely adore it. I absolutely adore it. It's a really good game. Anyway. What
錦
spa?
糸町の駅前だよ。ほら、駅前に白い大きなホテルあるでしょ。あの中。
It's in front of Kinshacho Station. You know, that big white hotel. It's in there.
やっぱり
I knew it. That was where I'd seen Ren with the other woman. The alarm on Ren's phone rang and she turned off the stove.
何？アクルも行きたいの？紹介するよ。私の中学の時の先輩がエステティシャンやっててね、すっごい上手なの。
Look at her remembering to turn off the stove. Good girl, Ren. You've learned your lesson from last time. What? You want to go? I'll refer you. My friend from middle school works there. She's really good.
ねえ、もしかしてこの前の水曜日ってその人に会ってたりした？
Say, did you see her there this past Wednesday?
もちろん担当してくれてるし。
Obvs. I always go to her. Ren babbled on happily, convinced that I was interested in going to the spa.
あ、でもその日はたまたまお店の外で会ったから、そのまま一緒にお店行ったんだっけ。
You know, I think I bumped into her in town that day and we headed over together.
ああ、そういう。
Oh, right. To say that the mystery was solved would be an exaggeration, but it at least seemed that everything I thought I saw had been a misunderstanding. Unless she hooks up with her middle school friend. That could still be a thing. That could still be a thing that happened, but yeah, unlikely.
ホテルイコールそういうことをする場所なわけじゃないなんて私が一番知っているはずなのに。
I should know better than anyone that people go to hotels for plenty of things other than that. Restaurants and spas were a given, and some hotels even had doctors' clinics.
アクルもエステとか興味あるんだね。
So, you like going to the spa too, Akaru?
ええ、まあね。
Yeah, I guess. I sighed, feeling like all the strength had drained from my body. Ren didn't seem to notice anything as she chatted on.
そのエステティシャンの先輩、昔から可愛くて綺麗で憧れだったんだよね。めっちゃ優しいし。
I was always so jelly of my friend who works there. She's like so cute and pretty and nice. And also I heard her say senpai for a second there. So, and she's already been established to still be at school. Did you hear that? Did you notice that? Okay, here we go. This is some of the blurring of the lines of ages going on here that we discussed last time. The story's telling us, like, as far as the translation's concerned, this is someone that Ren knew in middle school, and it may very well be someone that she knows from middle school. But the text from earlier said that this girl looked to be about 23, 24. And this being Ren's senpai, if Ren's senpai were her senpai at middle school, that means at most she would be 2 years older, which would put Ren's age as around 21, 22 kind of range. But we've already established that Ren wears school uniform, so she must be younger than that. If this is her senpai, maybe it's her senpai from high school, who she would have met when she was about, how old would she have been? She would have been maybe 16, and her senpai would have been 18 and about to graduate. So now Ren would be in her final year, she would be about 18, and the senpai would be about 20 and working in the spa. I think that's probably the way that this probably works in the original. This is me just doing my mental arithmetic here. But it's kind of glaring when it's kind of been established that Ren's in school, says she knows this person from middle school, but this person is, you know, in the like early to mid 20s kind of thing. That's an age disparity. If you look closely, you can see the equations flying around. It does. Okay, I need to have that set up as a thing, so I can just like click a button and then have those equations pop up on stream. I need to do that. I need to look into that. That could be fun.
さあ。
Aha. Reizo mama onegai. Oh dear. Oh no, like it won't be as It wouldn't be as like a model thing. I'd probably just do it as a stream thing. I can look into that. She smiled to herself. I wanted to believe that the slight dejection I felt at the sight of that smile meant nothing. Is she feeling dejected because you're alone? Is she a little abandoned rabbit? I think she might be. Could be a GIF overlay or something. Should be easy to do. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. About a month had passed since Ren moved in. What, another one? A month had passed since Ren moved in. I thought we already did a month-long time skip around the Dojin event. Okay, the pacing once again is questionable. We can probably assume that this is all meant to be interlaced. All the events are interlaced with each other. But the way it's been written as episodes rather than, you know, a whole cohesive narrative. So that's the thing. I'd adjusted to her presence, and we now spent a lot of time together, not just in the house. In fact, it felt like she'd always been there.
でもそれってなんだか
But
おかしいよ
that's
な
kind of weird, isn't it? I didn't think I was overthinking it. I mean, we were just roommates.
あ、もう埋まってるじゃん。
Ah, it's already booked up.
あ本当だじゃあ次の時間のにする
So it is. How about the next showing?
オッケー。せっかくだからデートしよう。
Okie dokie. I don't want to waste our date.
デートじゃないけど
It's not a date. And they were roommates. Yes, they are roommates. Very clearly. Stepping away from the poster displaying the movie schedules, I rejoined Ren. Just then, my phone vibrated in my bag, and that was my phone this time. That was not my phone this time.
ああごめん
Oh, sorry, let me get this. It is a date, you tsundere. Yes.
うん。
Oh, sure. Putting my phone to my ear, I stepped away for some privacy. A familiar voice travelled down the line.
あもしもしシノどうしたのこんな時間に
Hey, Shino. What's Shino up to now?
そうそう昨日のハニガレ見たいやほんと超展開だったんだけどさ
Stop. Stop geeking out when you're out with your friend. That's just rude. Yeah, did you watch Honey Boy last night? Man, that came out of left field. Poor Ren.
ほんとありがとうあーほんと諦めかけてたからありがたいあの作者さんの浩平くん顔が本当に良くてもう3回は恋に落ちてるんだけど
Yeah, these chapters feel slightly out of order. She's still squeeing over Kohei-kun. I mean, I don't expect her to stop just because he's dead in the anime. But, yeah, well... What, really? Thanks! The way that artist draws Kohei-kun is so good, it somehow makes me fall in love with him all over again. Ren still left out.
うんうんリリーベは先着順だったから参加券取れたんだけどついでにゴミだらけ寄ったらすごいいいミヤササ本見つけちゃってシノに報告しなきゃーって
Oh, that's a pretty quick recovery for your husbando. It's fine, it probably runs on bleach logic. You can be fully impaled through the chest and then get up and walk it off. That's completely fine. That's how stabbings work, don't they? You can just walk it off. Yeah, the event's first come, first served, and I got a ticket. But when I stopped by Komidarake, I found this amazing Miyasasa book that I just knew you'd love.
ねえ、アクル、まだ
Hey, Akuru, are you done yet? Tis but a flesh wound, indeed. Ren, who had been sitting on the bench, messing around boredly on her phone, looked at me with impatience.
だから他のお店見てていいって
I told you should go check out some stores. Stop! You can talk to Shino whenever you want. I responded, covering the mic so Shino couldn't hear. Shino will have heard that. Ren just pouted even more sulkily.
だってせっかくのデートなのにアクルと別行動なんて寂しいじゃん。
But we're on a date. I want to do stuff with you. It was hardly a date. We were just killing time before catching a movie. Even so, Ren seemed annoyed that I was on the phone to Shino. Why are you so bad at human interaction? Why are you so bad?
それにさっきからシノとずっと楽しそうに電話して、まさかやっぱりシノのこと。
And you seem to be having so much more fun talking with Shino. Do you, like, have a thing for her?
Huh?
What? As Ren fixed me with an accusing glare, I heard Shino laughing down the phone.
いやシノ、今のは違くて。
No, Shino, ignore that. This dense woman hanging out before a movie is a date stereotype. It is.
やっぱり。
Knew it.
ああ、もう分かった。切るから。
Okay, fine. I'm hanging up. Annoyed by Ren's weird accusations, I apologized to Shino and ended the call. I mean, you could have just said, "Hey, I'm out right now. I'm at the store. I'll talk to you later." That's allowable. You can do that. Once I was done, Ren regarded me with even more suspicion.
前にご飯食べてた時も私に秘密の話してたし、2人でよく出かけてるし、やっぱり付き合ってるんじゃないの？
That time when we went out for food together, you were totally leaving me out. And you're always going places together. Are you sure you aren't dating?
だからシノとはただの友達だって。
Told you a million times, Shino's just a friend. Ever since their study session, Ren had had some weird feud going on with Shino and was constantly questioning our relationship at every turn, despite there being absolutely nothing like that between us.
そりゃ小さい頃はふざけてチューしたりとかしたけど、それだって昔の話だし。
I mean, we did kiss as a joke when we were younger, but that was ages ago. You kissed her? Okay, this is the kind of thing that you just generally don't talk about. Like, it's generally best not to talk about this kind of thing. Like, if it wait, would this be a case where it's like came up in conversation, so it's, you know, so it's fair play to talk about it? I don't know. I'd say this is probably fair play to talk about it, but yeah, it's just gonna add more. It's just gonna add a lot more confusion.
レンだってクラスのこと10くらいしてるでしょ。
You must have kissed your friends too, before too, right? I mean, she seemed like that kind of girl. Don't make assumptions. And I must have been on the mark because she clenched her teeth in annoyance.
好きなことのキスは違うもん。
It's different when it's with someone you have feelings for.
だからシノは好きな人じゃないって。むしろそんなこと言ったらシノだって困るだろうし。
And I've told you, I don't have feelings for Shino. I don't think she'd appreciate you saying this either.
じゃあ何？
Then what are you?
だから友達。
I told you, we're just friends.
友達とそんな電話したり LINE したりしないじゃん。
Just friends don't have long-ass phone convos like that and line each other constantly. I mean... Don't they? Don't they? You can have massive long conversations with people that you're friends with. Wasn't Ren always on the phone with her friends for hours on end? Yes, exactly.
いや、シノはオタク友達というか戦友みたいな。数々のイベントを乗り越え、共にアニメに涙し、BL 本を作り上げてきた仲間かな。
So, Shino's my otaku friend, which means we're like... comrades? We've made it through so many events together, cried over anime together, made a BL doujin together. That's what we are.
何それ？わかんない。
I did not understand a word of that. Can confirm my friend and I talk a ridiculous amount of time. Absolutely. Yeah, no, it happens. It happens.
それはレンは私たちとは違うし。
That's because you're not like us. The words just slipped out, but I meant them. Ren wasn't like us, in how she lived or how she interacted with her friends. Which is probably why we weren't ever going to see eye to eye on
あ、
this.
そう。
Whatevs. Well, congratulations, you've just alienated your friend who you're going to be spending a movie with. Good luck with that, she muttered.
それなら シノとどこにでも行っちゃえば。
Well, why don't you go off with Shino then?
そっか。
Right. Did you actually take the advice that she gave in frustration? It had hardly been a suggestion. She was just grumbling. But it somehow made perfect sense. I suddenly felt like I needed a break, an adventure, a vacay. Oh god, no. Don't call for a break in the relationship. This is not going to end
そ
well.
れいいかも。
Maybe that's a good idea. Eh?
ちょうど来週末は連休だし、一度行ってみたい聖地があったのよね。
It's a long weekend next week, and there's this pilgrimage I've been wanting to do. A what now?
聖地？
早速シノに聞いてみよう。
I'll see if Shino's free. You just do not understand how humans behave, do you? Akuru, you've been wrapped up in your own little head for a very long time.
ちょっと待って。
Hey, wait a sec. Ignoring Ren's protests, I pulled out my phone. Now that I'd made the decision, I was already starting to get excited. This was the perfect opportunity to take the Kensho pilgrimage. See Ren, play stupid games, wins. See Ren, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Exactly.
アークル、連休は私とデデニーランド行ってくれるって言ったのに。
Akuru, you said you'd take me to Disneyland.
そ
Disneyland.
れは言ってない。
I never said that. I let Ren's extremely made-up complaints go in one ear and out the other as I listened to the familiar dial tone, waiting for Shino to pick up. Wow. The voice acting is pretty solid. My voice acting is terrible. This voice acting is pretty
こ
solid.
の道。ああ、本当にお地蔵さんある。すごい。ここに浩平くんのお団子が備えられたのね。
This is the street. Wow, it really has all those Jizo statues. Amazing. This is where Kohei-kun left his dumpling as an offering.
やっぱ聖地に来るとキャラの実在性が高まるな。
The characters feel so much more real when you're at their holy spots. It's Shino time, people! Time! It's Shino time! Shino was using her SLR camera to snap shots of everything. She mostly did photography at live events, but today she was gathering reference materials.
でもどうしたの急に。新規イラストならともかく既存 SSR に出てきた聖地に行きたいなんて言い出して。
But why'd you suddenly want to come here? It's from the old SSRs, not the new illustrations.
おお。まあいいじゃない。
I just figured, why not? I put my hands together in prayer, like Kohei-kun had done in the SSR image. With my eyes closed, I swore I could feel his presence beside me. It's not his
アクル
presence.
は熱心じゃの。どれわしも一つ。
You are quite devoted, Akuru. Now, which one is for me?
お、浩平くんダメ。それはお供え物なんだから。
Ah, Kohei-kun, no. These are offerings. I reached my hand out into empty space. Kohei-kun would definitely pick an offering off the altar. That cheeky side of him was part of his appeal.
うん、心配してたけどやっぱりアーチャーは平常運転だな。
I was worried, but it looks like it's business as usual with her.
やっぱ温泉ある宿にしてよかったわ。
Ah, I knew it was the right decision to pick a place with an onsen. Good choice. I slumped into a chair, my body heavy with a pleasant fatigue. I'd only put the trip together a week earlier, but we'd managed to visit 4 spots from both Kensho and the anime I was currently watching. It had been great fun, and I felt mentally refreshed.
風、気持ちいい。
That breeze feels so good. The breeze blowing in through the window was cool against my cheek, which was still hot from my soak in the onsen.
おーちゃん電話鳴ってる。
Ah-chan, your phone's ringing.
あ、
Oh? Shino's voice pulled me back just as I was nodding off. Picking my phone up from the side table, I saw a familiar name on screen.
レン？
Ren? Why are you surprised that Ren would be messaging you here? You're clearly running off to NTR her. I pressed the accept call button, and a second later I heard Ren's
ア
voice.
クルもしもし
Akaru, hi.
どうしたの？何か困ったことでもあった？
What's up? Is something wrong?
声聞きたかったからそうじゃなくて
I just wanted to hear your voice. I mean, never mind.
ん？
旅行どんな感じ
How's the trip? She chatted like normal, maybe even more excitable than usual, with no trace of the anger and sulkiness she displayed before I left on the trip.
確かアニメとかに出てくる場所に行ってるんだよね今日はどこに行ったの
So you're going to places that feature an anime? Where did you go today? Ren rarely displayed such an interest in my hobbies. Feeling encouraged, I thought back on all the places we'd cycled around that day.
最初は検証に出てきた東海道の古道に行って、その後はハニガレっていうアニメの舞台になった高校の通学路。
First we went along the old Edo-Kyoto highway that's featured in Kensho. Then we went along the school route from Honey Boy.
うんうん
Uh-huh.
あとは聖地じゃないけどキャラのイメージにぴったり合ったシャモ鍋があったから。
After that we went to the Shamo Chicken restaurant. It's not a holy spot, but it's so perfect for the characters. Shamo Chicken was Kohei-kun's favourite thing in the world. Plus, even the crest of the restaurant we visited today fit Kohei-kun to a T. My phone's photo album had been at capacity before I knew it.
あ
Wow.
の店は良かったな。本当は小平くんと行けたらいいのに。
That place was so good. I wish I could actually go there with Kohei-kun. I was almost lost in my thoughts when I noticed a strange noise coming through the phone. A strange noise coming through the phone?
何？なんかパチパチって。
Excuse me? What was that? Is someone clapping? At the same time, Shino stood up from beside me. I moved back slightly in surprise, but she spoke before I could.
ちょっと変わって
Put me on.
あ？
Huh? Before I could react, she'd already snatched the phone from my hands. She folded her arms and turned her back to me and spoke sharply to Ren.
何してるのかな
What could you be up to? Oh god, no! Oh god, no! Please let me be wrong.
シノ？何突然。
Shino, what are you doing?
今さらあーちゃんから居場所を聞き出そうなんてそんな卑怯な真似はフェアじゃないでしょギャル子
Trying to get A-chan's okay. Oh, okay. Calm down, Mal. Calm down, Mal. It's okay. It's not what I expected. It's not what I expected. Was this written as a trap? Was this written to trap me? To trick me? The triangle it's forming. I don't know about the triangle. I have some suspicions, but... That's... Okay. Calm yourself, Mal.
邪魔しないでよ
Butt out, Shino. I could faintly hear Ren's voice through the speaker. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but she sounded angry.
ちょっと。
Hey,
気になるなら愛の力で探してごらんテレビにでも映ってるかもよ
if you wanna know, try using the power of love. You might wanna watch some TV.
何それちょっと
What's that supposed to mean? Hey,
そろそろ返してって。
could I have my phone back?
あもうアクルはせっかちだな
The triangle. Oh, you're so impatient, Akaru.
もう耐えられないのよ。
You're driving me crazy. I made a swipe for the phone and Shino fell back against the wall. My hand slammed against the wall with a loud thud. Kabedon!
もう人のスマホで勝手に会話しないでよ。
You can't just commandeer people's phone
あ
conversations.
切れてる
Oh, she hung up. The phone screen had already gone black. I was going to call back until I noticed the tiny scratch on the edge of the case, and my hand froze.
ケース傷ついてる。前川くんのケースあと2つしかないのに。
Ah, you scratched the case. Ah, I only have 2 more Maekawa-kun cases left.
ああごめんあーちゃん
Oops. Sorry, Ah-chan. Okay, I got overexcited. I'll admit it. It happened. Got overexcited. So it turned out she was just trying to stalk instead of doing anything else. This is fine. The 2-day trip flew by, and the afternoon of the second day, we arrived at a cafe that was a stop on her snack/holy spot pilgrimage.
あーすごいメニューまで一緒
Wow, amazing! Even the menu's the same.
イベント汎用背景で使われているだけあって、それっぽいファンの人も来てるっぽいね。
It's used as a generic backdrop in a lot of events, so I bet tons of Kensho fans come here. Looking around, I saw that, sure enough, at the next table, 2 girls with Ita bags were enjoying a parfait.
あ、そうだ
Oh, you're right. Seeing the 2 girls chatting over their phones in parfait, I had an idea. Or more like a suggestion.
あーちゃん、パフェ食べる？
Ah-chan, wanna share a parfait?
待ってこれはもしかして
Maybe. Wanted to put my idea into action, I pulled out my phone. I hadn't opened the app in months, but now the familiar opening tune brought everything back.
聖地ならキャラが他のキャラを連れてきてくれるのでは
If we're here in the Holy Land, maybe the characters will help bring some others home.
あれ、そのソシャゲ放置してなかったっけ？
Oh, I thought you'd quit that MOBA game.
ただ寝かせていただけだもん
Ugh, I was just taking a break. Right, I'd been taking a break. It's not like I was bored of the game or anything. Making excuses to myself, I made my way through the screens. Ah, it was like coming home.
別にいいけど、あーちゃんの運の悪さに聖地補正は効かなさそうだよね。
Knock yourself out, but I don't think even the power of a holy spot is going to make a dent in your bad luck. She's hoping the holy sites help her with her gacha. It's an interesting theory. I don't know how it'll do for her, but we'll see.
いやこれはいける気がするよしいける
Don't say that. I feel like this'll work. Okay, here it goes. Channeling my baseless confidence into my fingertips, I tapped the gacha screen. The next instant, a rainbow effect I'd never seen before in my entire time with the game filled the screen.
期間限定 SSR
Huh? What? Limited SSR? Huh? Oh. Shino calmly sipped on her tea, looking disinterested. In contrast, I'd leapt to my feet, drawing stares from the rest of the cafe, but I was so overjoyed I didn't care.
すごくないあ、誠くんだかわいい
Isn't this amazing? Oh, it's Makoto-kun. Oh my god, he's so cute.
いや正直リリース以来あまりにハードすぎる音ゲー要素とノルマがきつくてやめてたんだけどまさかこんなタイミングで来るなんて恐るべし聖地補正
To be honest, I'd kinda gone off it since the rhythm game stuff was too hard and I had to pump so much into it. But I can't believe he's come home now. The power of this holy spot is formidable.
聖地補正。
Right. The power of the holy spot.
いやほんと嬉しいよかったよかった
Man, I can't believe it. I'm so happy. Shino. You've been suffering for a long time, haven't you? Now that the original burst of endorphins had subsided, I slowly sat back down. Feeling a little embarrassed by my outburst, I tried to act nonchalantly.
いやよかったうん嬉しいな
Man, this is great. I'm so happy. Yeah, this was great. I was so happy. I took a gulp of my melon soda as I continued the mantra to myself.
やっぱり推しを追いかける生活は楽しいな
Yeah, it's fun standing and chasing after my husbandos.
ところで、レンちゃんとは最近どうなの？
By the way, how have things with Ren been lately?
あ
Huh? My hand reflexively tightened around my phone. At the same time, I heard a noise from the customer behind me. But when I turned around, they quickly hid their face behind the menu. Oh ho. Oh ho. I think Ren has managed to track her down. And is right on the other side of the counter. Hmm?
ずっと気になってたんだけど、今回急に誘ってきたでしょ。
I was
何かあったんじゃないの？
I was wondering, why the sudden desire for a trip? Did something happen between you two? The reality I'd been trying to avoid was suddenly shoved in my face. I'd known what I was doing from the start, which is exactly why I didn't want to go there.
それはなくもないけど。
I guess you could say that. I trailed off.
このまま普通に帰ったら、またレンちゃんとの二人暮らしだけど。
When you go home after this trip, it'll just be you and her again. Ugh.
話すなら今しかないんじゃない？
If you want to talk about it, there's no time like the present.
シノは本当に察しがいいよね。
Ah. You really do pick up on every little thing.
まあ考察中ですから。
It comes from being a conspiracy nut.
考察中か。
A conspiracy nut, huh? When it came to husbandos, I couldn't shut up. But I didn't know where to start when it came to a topic like this. After thinking it over for a moment, I managed to squeeze out a few words.
いや、レン、私のこと本当に好きなんだな。
Well, I think Ren, really likes me. Just well done. Bravo, Akaru. I don't think you can hear me clapping. I'm slow clapping right now. Just well done, Akaru. It's only taken a month and a half to realize this. Bravo.
今さら？
No shit, Sherlock. You're just coming to that conclusion now? Shino sounds like she's a little nuts. Why do you think I like Shino so much? Shino's great.
いや、今さらだけど。
Well, I guess. Although I knew that wasn't entirely true.
それは最初から分かってたことじゃないの？
Are you sure you weren't aware from the beginning? I mean, all the signs were there.
でも最近このままじゃいけないんじゃないかって思い
I
始めちゃって。
was. It's just that recently I've started to feel like things can't keep going like this. The background music in the cafe stopped playing. In the silence, I felt like I could hear the person at the table behind me breathing.
あーちゃん。
Ah-chan.
レンのことは可愛いとは思うよ。でも
I do think Ren's cute, but I cut myself off. It didn't feel right to talk about such things here in the holy land of my husbando. Wow. Wow.
やっぱこれはまた後にする。ほらあっち、誠くんが座ってた席じゃない？
We can talk about this later. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Makoto-kun's seat?
わ、そっちは。
That's not...
あ、
And of course, Ren is there. I stood up to get away from the conversation, and as I did so, I heard a voice. In the seat behind me, a girl with shiny blonde hair was peering out from behind a menu, and you didn't notice her. The shiny gold hair would generally give her away.
レン？
As I understand, it's not exactly common in Japan. Ren?
あともう少しで気持ち聞けたのに。
And you were just about to spill the beans. Okay, Ren's gone full stalker mode, it seems.
どうしてここにいるの？っていうか行き先も話してなかったのに。
What are you doing here? How did you even know where I was? I never told you.
それはもちろん愛の力で。
Through the power of love, of course. Or obviously.
愛？
Love? What the hell? Before I could ask her what that was supposed to mean, Shino interjected.
具体的には？
Can you be more specific?
シノがテレビ見ろって言ったから、家のテレビの録画予約見て、アクルが予約してたアニメ全部チェックして、頑張ってネットで調べた。
You said to watch TV, so I checked what we had recorded at home. I watched all the anime Akaru had saved, and then did some searching.
そんなこと言ってたの？
Huh? You said that to her? I did recall Shino saying something in a meaningful tone when she'd taken the phone from me. It seemed Ren had taken that hint and run with it, all the way here.
で、昨日の私たちの強制を聞いて慌ててやってきたと。
So you heard us flirting yesterday and came rushing over.
だって、せっかちとか、耐えられないとか、なんかエッチなこと言ってたから。
You know best, Wing Woman. Shino is just generally great. Why do you think I like her so much? Well, you were talking about, like, being impatient and not being able to wait and stuff. You're being totally lewd.
エッチ？何言ってるの？
Lewd? What are you talking about?
昨日は激しかったからね。
I did go hard on her yesterday.
何それ？
What the hell?
いや、多分それただ揉めていただけだから。
No, we were just having a little argument. It seemed Ren had come all the way here based on a misunderstanding, which had caused her to become suspicious of my relationship with Shino. I think she was suspicious of the relationship to begin with. And this entire game is based on a misunderstanding.
じゃあ、勘違い？
So, I got the wrong idea?
そうに決まってるでしょ。
Isn't that obvious? Ren's face flushed scarlet. She put a hand to her hot cheek and looked away peevishly.
あー、おかげでめっちゃアニメ詳しくなっちゃったじゃん。
I literally became an anime nerd for this.
よかったね。またあーちゃんに詳しくなれたじゃん。
That's great. Now you know more about Ah-chan.
もう、アクルの推しのこと調べれば調べるほど、私と全然違うタイプの男で絶望しかけたんだから。
The more I looked into that guy she, like, stands or whatever, the more depressed I got. I'm nothing like him.
それは大変だったね。
That must have been rough. Shino sounds like she's enjoying every second of this. She's loving every second of this.
本当に嫌な女。
You are just the worst. Ren and Shino glared at each other like I wasn't even there. It really felt like they were fighting over a lover, and I felt incredibly uncomfortable wedged between them.
もしかしてさっきガチャが当たったのって。
Oh, is that why I pulled that SSR back then? I sighed deeply at the realization. Once again, the point goes entirely over your head. All you are focused on is your gacha game. Wow. Absolutely wow. The background music had come back on, playing the theme tune of a famous sports movie. I lightly stepped on the accelerator as we rounded the curve, leaning into the motion.
シノも寝てていいからね。
You should nap too, Shino.
うん。あーちゃん。
Ah-chan? Scenery flew by outside the windows, and the purr of the engine reverberated through the car. The fading sunlight shone in through the glass like a kaleidoscope. See, I've noticed, whenever this game's about to go into a nice, like, touchy-feely moment, or it wants to take its time, it uses some very nice flowery language to describe the sensations that are felt. There's a very sharp distinction between like a casual scene and when setting the scene. In the rear view mirror, I could see Ren in the back seat, fast asleep and dreaming peacefully. And objects in the rear view mirror may appear closer than they are. Objects in the rear view mirror may appear closer than they are. Couldn't resist it. Couldn't resist it.
さっきの話はいいの？
You want to continue our conversation from earlier?
それ？
Do we have to? Since the sun had set, the lights from the cars lit up the highway even brighter than in the daytime. Now though, the buildings towering on either side were dark.
あーちゃんはレンちゃんのこと好きなの？
Do you like Ren?
どうだろう。
I don't know.
それはずるいな。
That's not an answer.
だって本当にわからないの。自分のこともレンのことも。同性で私だって昔はレンと同じ学生だったはずなのに。
I mean, I really don't know. About me or about her. Even though I should. I mean, I'm a girl too, and I was her age once.
ああ、でもあーちゃんはオタクだったから。
You were always a nerd, though. Shino lightened the tone, smiling slightly as she watched me. With one hand on the wheel, I reached out for a stick of chewing gum. Shino got there first and handed it to me.
だからかな。もう全然わかんない。
Which is why I really don't know how I feel.
でも分かりたいんだ。
But you want to know? I almost swallowed my gum. As I chewed hard on it to distract myself, the taste of mint made its way up my nose.
だって同じ星にいるんだもん。せめて何言ってるかくらいわかりたいでしょ。
We both live on the same planet. I do at least want to understand where she's coming from. Saying those words out loud for the first time, I felt them sink into my heart like a stone in a lake. Shino smiled kindly at me.
そうだね。
Right. Right. Yes, all this time, all I'd wanted was to understand Ren's feelings. And I think that should be the end of that little chapter. From the side, she was the picture of a beautiful woman. Oh, I think, did you see that transition there? It had the arrow moving from Akuru to Ren. I think I'm gonna put this out here. I think this chapter's gonna be from Ren's point of view. From the side, she was the picture of a beautiful woman. Slim frame, slender arms, and a high, straight nose. But when she turned to face me, her expression was thirsty AF.
もうようやっとよ。
Ah, it's here at last.
何が？
What is? She sounded serious, even with that dumb, sloppy grin on her face. She looked like seriously ratchet.
検証企業コラボ。いや、レンはわかんないかもだけど、これってすごいことなんだから。
The Kensho collaboration. I mean, you probably wouldn't understand this, but this is truly miraculous news.
なんかすっごい嬉しそうだね。
Well, you seem really happy about it.
ほんと楽しみ。ってそんな顔に出てる？
Ah, I feel like I've been waiting for this my whole life. Hang on, is it that obvious? Akuru hid her face with her hands, like she'd been completely unaware she was practically radiating joy from her whole body.
だってアクルさっきからずっとにやけてるし。
You've been grinning like crazy.
だって嬉しいから。
Ah, well, I'm just so happy. Oh my god, she was so cute when she got embarrassed. But it kind of pissed me off that it was some guy called Kohei-kun who put that expression on her face.
でもレンが来てくれるから心強いわ。ありがとう。
But it's really reassuring to have you here with me, Ren. Thanks. Apparently some karaoke places started offering original drinks based on her favourite game. And so she's invited me to come. I mean, that was great and everything, but...
アクルのキャラのコースターがもらえればいいんでしょ？ガチャとかよりも出るの早そう。
We just need to get your character's coaster, right? Seems like it'll be easier than gacha.
いや、ガチャのがまだいいのよ。コラボ系は注文ごとにコースターもらえるから、その分料理やらドリンクやらを消費しなきゃいけないからしんどくて。
No, gacha's actually easier. With these collabs, you get a coaster with each order, which means you've got to actually get through all that food and drink. It's actually really draining. Huh.
でもドリンクとかいくらでも頼んでいいから。
So, go ahead and order as many drinks as you like.
よくわかんないけど、アクルがカラオケ連れてってくれて、ジュースとかもおごってくれるってことでしょ？
I don't really get it, but this means you're treating me to karaoke and juice and stuff, yeah? That made me happy. I didn't mind going around all those manga and anime stores, but this was way more my scene.
まあレンがそれでいいならいいわ。
Well, sure. If you're happy with that, then so am I. I was already walking off and didn't hear her whispered words. Oh. Okay, I'm not repeating these lines. But it looks like Love Emotion is the lyrics to the actual theme tune of the game.
サンプルで見てたけど、これはキュート。
It's Kohei-kun.
凛々しさもあってやばい。
It's Kohei-kun. Cat ears? I saw the sample, but this is even cuter than I thought. It's even cuter than I thought. Cute, yet somehow still manly? How the hell does he do that? Rip Malno karaoke. Well, karaoke at some point for sure. Love Emotion. Hey, you're totally not listening. I was the only one who'd been singing. As soon as we arrived, Akuru ordered a drink and a cake and accepted something from the waiter who brought them.
この可愛さはやばい。犯罪なのでは？私が犯罪者になってしまうのでは？
I'm gonna die from the cute. This should be illegal. My husbando is a criminal. No, I think you're the one who's going to be the criminal, Akuru. Probably in many cases, in many senses. Akuru was trembling as she clutched a paper drink coaster in her hand. Her gaze was fixed on the image of the guy on that coaster. So yeah, here we go. It's Love Emotion, Hey, Keep Looking at Me, Think About Me Anytime. And yet, very appropriately, Akuru is doing no looking at her and no thinking about her. Sad.
こっち見てよ。
Are you serious? Look at me for once. Filled with jealousy, I used the tablet's touchscreen to quickly choose another song and send it. The title popped up on the big screen with a beep. Akuru, listen! When I shoved the tablet at her, she looked at me blankly.
そんなにカラオケ好きなの？
You really love karaoke, huh? She's not just down bad, she's down horrendous for her husbando. She is. She is. I've only seen this level of intensity once before. In Misaki. I was about to tell at her that it was her I loved. I was about to yell at her that it was her I loved, but the song had already begun to play.
これ。
Oh, this is... Her eyes widened as she looked at the touchscreen. It still seemed like she was looking past me. But I wasn't going to stop now. I gripped the microphone tightly. I didn't usually confess my feelings so point blank. You did before, though. Get it through that thick skull of yours. There's no one else for me, it was love at first sight. Wait, is that the start of the song again? I don't know. Clutching the mic, I got to my feet and stared intently at Akuru as I sang. There is no ambiguity here. Listen to me, I love you, I love you. Is this... Is Akuru finally getting the message? Has she finally taken the hint? The sound of her voice almost made me forget the melody, but I recovered and kept going. F for Ren, indeed. I know I'm the one for you, Akuru, since we first met.
やっぱり前川くんのキャラソン本編映像付きじゃない。大画面で星が見られる？
Yes, they have Maekawa-kun's song with the official video. Wait, does this mean I get to see my husbando on the big screen? Oh dear. Ah!
いや、レン、ちょっと待って、これ入れていい？
Ren, just a sec. Can I pick the next song? Just when I thought I'd finally gotten through to her. Yet Akira was looking down at the tablet, her eyes glittering.
お、次ちょうど空いてるじゃない。
Oh, the next slot's open. Akira added her song. The prelude started to play, but I pushed the big red stop button.
って何するの？
Hey, what'd you do that for? The music stopped and Akira turned to me, looking a little dejected. Even though she was finally looking at me, it wasn't for the reason I wanted. Ren kinda looks like she got nerfed in this CG. Yes, she does look like she got nerfed a little bit. I think you can see some of the shading where it looks like maybe there was a bit of a nerf there. And Akira got a bit of a buff. Akira definitely got a buff. Like, my goodness, that's a buff. I wonder, is this a... I'll have to check what the CGs are online. But I wonder if this is from the original, or whether it's from the translation. Although, to be fair, Akira didn't get that much of a buff. He didn't get that much of a buff. But yeah, it looks like Ren has had a bit of a nerf.
こんなの子供騙しじゃん。
It's so obvious what you're doing.
何急に？
What's this about all of a sudden? Yeah, it's a pretty big buff. I don't think it's that big of a buff. It's a bit of a buff. Okay, it's a bit of a big buff, but still.
急じゃないもん。さっきからアクル全然聞いてくれないし。
It's not... Oh, very clever thought there, Steel Prophet. Because, actually bravo, Steel Prophet. The thing is, this is Ren's perception here. She looks at herself and she doesn't see anything really particularly special. Like, she knows she looks good, but she doesn't see all of her own best points. Like, either in terms of personality or her appearance. She's confident in her appearance, but she doesn't necessarily see what everyone else sees when she looks at herself. It's the way that, you know, most people, when they look in the mirror, they don't see what other people see in them, you know? So this is Ren's perception of Akaru. This is how she perceives her. And she obviously perceives her in a very flattering light.
聞いてって聞かなきゃダメなの？
I was supposed to be listening. Akaru, you're actually the worst person in the world. You're the worst friend. Like, sometimes I think, man, Mal, you're actually a bad friend at time. But Akaru has zero self-awareness. She'll, like, invite a friend out to spend the day with her, and then ignore them all day so that she can geek out. Shino's been dealing with it since, what, middle school or something like that? So she's kind of used to her friend being like that. She loves Akaru for who she is. But Ren's just sitting here and she's constantly being left out in the cold. She took all her rent and spent it all on luck. Well, no, for Akaru, the thing is, she took her int and spent it in luck. This is true. But the thing is, luck was already a dump stat. Luck was already a dump stat for her. So she just kind of can't win.
だってカラオケだよ。
We're at freaking karaoke.
カラオケなんて本人が楽しく歌えるなら他の人が聴いてる必要ないじゃない。それに最初から私はコラボ目当てだって言ってたし。
If the person singing's having fun, it's not like everyone else has to listen to them. Besides, I told you I was here for the collab. Wow.
それはそうだけど。
I guess. I knew I was here as her lucky charm, so she could get the item she
で
wanted.
も最近はそれだけじゃない気がしてたのに。
But recently I've started to feel like that isn't her only goal. She was kind to me, even if she was awkward about it. She was so cool, but sometimes she'd give me this shockingly adorable smile. That was the Akaru
私はこんなにアクルのこと好きなのに。
I love you so much, and yet... I caught hold of her shoulder and stooped down. My eyes were screwed so tightly shut they hurt. I didn't know how to bring my lips to hers. Then, unlike the soft sensation I'd been imagining, I felt something hard and bony press up against my face. Akira had blocked my mouth with her wrist and was looking at me with a conflicted expression. There was no trace of laughter in her usually kind eyes. I knew it then. I'd ruined everything. Suddenly terrified, I thrust her away from me. My eyes stung, whether with heat or cold, I couldn't tell. Akira, I hate you! Ren! With that, I dashed out of the karaoke booth. I thought I heard a voice calling to me from far off, but I knew it was probably just my imagination. And this should be point of view change. The way she looked up at me, her high voice, her beautifully braided hair. When she smiled, I felt myself come undone. But Ren hadn't been smiling then.
でも仕方ないじゃない。
But it's probably for the best. I stowed the tickets I'd bought from the convenience store into my ticket case with the traditional Japanese pattern on it. Then I laid down in bed, staring at the person-sized empty space on my right.
レン、
Ren. Stretching out my arm, I grasped only air. But when I closed my eyes, several emotions swirled inside me, but I didn't want to put any of them into words.
やめよう。明日も頑張って働くぞ。
Yeah, forget about it. Gotta work hard tomorrow and earn that money. My voice echoed around the small apartment as I drove everything else out of my mind. Tomorrow would come regardless of my thoughts, and I had to work to survive. My husbando was still here with me.
ファンミのグッズ物販計7万稼ぐぞ。
The merch at the fan meeting totals 70,000 yen. Gotta earn! I shouted toward the many Kohei-kun tapestries hanging at the foot of my bed. He looked back at me from the images, smiling as happily as ever. Ah dear. Ah dear. So where's Ren tonight?
見えてきた。あそこかな。
I see it, over there. Following Shino's gaze, I saw a brightly lit up building ahead. A bunch of girls were already gathered around it. That Akira on that copium. Yep, she's on it strong. She's hitting the hard stuff.
もう結構集まってるね。
There's already a lot of people here.
あの人、小平くん推しっぽくない？
Hey, doesn't that person look like a Kohei-kun stan?
本当だ。なんか感動。小平くん推しの人初めて見た。
So she does. I feel kinda emotional. I've never seen another Kohei-kun stan in the wild before. Amid the crowd of girls with bandage-covered Ita bags, I spotted one covered in Kohei-kun merch. I was pleased to have found a fellow comrade.
いやー、小平くんの魅力に気づくとはいい趣味してるわ。
Anyone who understands Kohei-kun's appeal is alright in my book. Some people hated when others stand the same character as them, but I thought of it like this. I loved the Kohei-kun who lived inside of me, and she loved her own Kohei-kun. In the wild? Aren't you at a convention, ma'am? That is the wild! That is like the great Welt where everyone meets. They existed in different
そ
worlds.
っちの世界の小平くんも幸せにしてあげてね。
Be good to your Kohei-kun. I murmured to myself, staring at my fellow Kohei-kun stan. I thought maybe she gave me an odd look, but it was probably just my imagination.
あーちゃん、声に出てる。
Ah-chan, you're voicing your thoughts out loud.
あ、危ない。
Oops. She said the quiet part loud and the loud part quiet.
この前もコラボ行ったって言ってたけど、小平くん推しの人は見かけなかったの？
You said you went to the collab event. Didn't you see any other Kohei-kun stands there?
お？
Huh?
カラオケコラボ行ったんでしょ？
The karaoke collab thing. I thought you went.
いや、カラオケって個室だし、それに
No, we were in individual booths. And I stopped. In my head, I heard her voice from back then.
私はこんなにアクルのこと好きなのに。
I love you so much, and yet...
チケット
Got your tickets?
うん。まだ渡してなかったっけ？今。
Yeah. Oh, right, I didn't give you yours yet. One sec. I hurriedly unfastened my bag.
そうじゃなくて2枚当たったんでしょ。
No, I mean, you scored 2 tickets, right?
うん。
Yeah? Shino cut me off before I found the tickets, smiling slightly.
それレンちゃんのおかげなんじゃないの？レンちゃんと来なくてよかったの？
Wasn't that thanks to Ren? Are you sure it's okay to come without her?
いや、だってずっと家に帰ってこないし。
Well, she hasn't come home. I hadn't seen Ren at all since that day last week. Oof. That's a long time. I thought about calling her several times, but somehow hadn't been able to bring myself to do it.
それに、レンは私のことは好きだけど、私の推しが好きなわけじゃないもの。
Besides, she might like me, but that doesn't mean she likes my husbando. I pulled out the 2 tickets. Forcing a smile to my face, I handed one to Shino.
なんて、もともとレンと私じゃ価値観も合わないし、誘ったって楽しめないでしょ？こういうのは同じオタク同士が一番。
Our values never aligned anyway. She wouldn't have a good time even if I did invite her. These events are for us otaku. A part of me was relieved when Shino accepted the ticket from me.
意地っ張り。
Yeah, I'm not buying it. Last week, I'd still at least send a message to see if they're okay. Exactly! Come on, like... You might have disagreements or some harsh feelings as friends, as individuals, but they're still a person, you know? You've still worried about them for a long time, so... Yeah.
遅い。
Leave me alone. I shot back with a little sigh. Honestly, Shino was way too perceptive.
ほんと、今夜の浩平くん最高だった。
My god, Kohei-kun was amazing tonight. I carefully made my way through the ticket gates at the station, laden down with bags. I spent half a month's rent on merch at the fan meeting, and the bags were heavy in my hands, but I'd be damned if I dropped them. Phrasing. What phrasing? What phrasing? What did I say? What did I say? I must have said something.
ほんと生声の浩平くんやばかった。鼓膜まで綺麗に洗浄されたもん。ほんと好き。結婚したい。
Hearing him live was insane. I felt like my eardrums were being cleansed by his dulcet tones. I love him so much. I want to marry him. Kohei-kun was amazing tonight. Fair enough. Was amazing tonight. Okay, you're just got a dirty mind, TVPG. You've got a dirty mind.
あーちゃん声大きい。
Ah-chan, you're being really loud.
危ない。本当に危ない。
Oops, I've got to be more careful. I was starting to look like a weirdo again. What if the police stopped by thinking I was on some kind of drugs? They might not let me go home.
まあでもやっぱり江戸組は安定感あるよね。戦国らへんは設定重いからこういうイベントでもコメディにしづらいし。
But there's something nice about the Edo group. Sengoku Rahen has a pretty heavy setting, so it's hard for them to inject any comedy. Shino commented as we discussed our thoughts on the event. It had mostly been a live reading and talk show, and Shino had seemed most enamored by the reading.
確かに。
Yeah.
朗読劇とはいえ剣劇がおざなり感あったのは残念だったけど。
I know it was mostly just reading, but it's a shame the swordplay was so lackluster. The plaza in front of the station was bustling with people. A bus pulled into the depot, and a gaggle of laughing girls piled out.
って聞いてる？
Hey, you listening?
ああ、ごめん。
Oh, sorry.
あーちゃん、今日ずっとそんな感じ。自分じゃ気づいてないだろうけど。
Ah-chan. You may not have realized it yourself, but you've been off all day. Shino stopped in front of the entrance to the subway. It looked like she was planning to head home, even though we usually eat dinner together after events.
もう帰るの？
You're going home already?
うん。
She gave a vague answer, which I didn't know how to respond to, so I just stood there in
ま、
silence.
お迎えが来てくれたみたいだしね。
Well, looks like your escort's arrived. There was a mischievous tinge to her tone as she looked at something over my shoulder. How can she see over your shoulder? She's small.
あ？
Huh?
じゃあまた明日職場でね。
See you at work tomorrow. Shino was already hurrying off before I'd had a chance to turn and see what she was looking at. Then my eyes widened at the figure that appeared in front of me in her place.
お姉さん、一人？
Hey, pretty lady. You on your own? Oh, the way that she says that, it sounds like she's injecting a lot more confidence than she has. She sounds a bit more awkward in the audio.
レン？
Ren?
はあ、シノに気使われるなんて思ってなかった。
Who's this Stacy? She has a lot of Stacy energy, doesn't she? Ah, I didn't expect Shino to be so considerate.
なんでここに？
What are you doing here?
イベント行ってきたんでしょ？
You went to that event, right? She put her finger to her lips as she spoke. She must have looked up the event, then come to wait in front of the station for who knows how long. Avoiding giving me an answer, she continued on.
ごめんね、アクル。やっぱり会いたくなっちゃった。
Sorry, Akaru. I missed you.
レン？
Ren. People hurried to and fro past us like we were invisible. The whine of an ambulance on the big road cut through the drone for a moment, but quickly faded into the distance.
こんなところで待ってたら危ないでしょ？
It's not safe for you to hang around places like this. I held out one handful of bags as I admonished her.
半分持ってくれる？
Could you carry these? Okay, so you act cold to her, neglect her for a day, reject her, make her go away, ignore her for a week, then she shows up and you get on at her for being around and have her carry your bags for you. Wow.
いいの？
You sure? But I know that's not how you're supposed to read this. This is just her being awkward, and this is her being like, I'm worried about you having been waiting here. Okay, yeah, no, that's just the way that I phrased it. Let me rephrase it another way, because there's another way of looking at this. She sees her there and she's like, I was so worried about you. What are you doing putting yourself in danger being here at this time? And this is her accepting her back in to her life by allowing her to carry her precious, precious purchases. So you could argue that this is her being very accepting and like being willing to let her back into her life. Arguably. Her expression was confused, but at the same time ever so slightly hopeful. I felt like I was giving candy to a little kid, which made me feel a bit awkward. That's very optimistic. It's the way that you have to read this sometimes.
結構重たいけど。
They're pretty heavy. Oh dear.
またこんな買ったの？
You went crazy buying stuff again? She teased me as she accepted the bags from me and set off walking. Her destination was the same as mine. My apartment. A short walk from Kinshisho.
少し髪伸びた気がする。
Is it just me, or is her hair a little longer? When we got onto the escalator at the end of the pedestrian bridge, I found her nape at my eye level. A pink ribbon fluttered in the night sky, standing out conspicuously amidst the lights of the town.
髪切らないの？
Are you growing your hair? You would notice that much difference in the space of a week. Very interesting.
まだいいかなって。
I guess. Maybe she spent that week in the middle of the woods. Who knows? Exactly. We don't know where she's been this week. Probably back at her own apartment, to be fair, but still. She played with her bangs, eyes narrowed bashfully. Before I even knew what I was doing, I'd reached my own hand out to brush them away.
だって邪魔そうだし。
I mean, doesn't it get in the way? Stared at me, her eyes reflecting the white lights illuminating the billboards around the station.
この子は私のこと本当に好きなんだ。
This girl really does like me. Her wide eyes and flushed cheeks told me as much.
ごめんね。あの時意地悪して。
Sorry for being mean to you back then. She laid her hand on my left arm. Her fingers were cold and trembled ever so slightly.
私アクルが好き。アクルが私のことを好きじゃなくても。
I like you, even if you don't feel the same way about me.
うん知ってる。
Yeah, I know.
だけどアクルの中に私が全部いなくなっちゃうのは嫌だよ。
But I hate the thought of you forgetting all about me. Tears shimmered in her eyes before welling up and sliding down her cheeks. Ren. She probably had no idea. No idea how I'd spent this last week. No idea what Shino had said to me. No idea just how important she'd become to me. But I was scared that if I told her, things would change between us. God damn it! I've not had a freaking choice in about 3 hours of gameplay. 3 hours! 3 freaking hours of gameplay and never gives me a choice. Right, fine. We're saving. And also, this is the kind of thing where there's literally only one option, isn't there? There's literally only one option here. There's only one option here. So I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this choice. I don't like this choice. I really don't like this choice. Take this choice away. Give me another one. I don't like this choice. I wanted to stop her tears. It's like you okay, so we're admitting here Akuru has developed some form of emotion for her, okay? Some form of emotion has been formed. She's become someone important to her. She knows that she likes her. At the very least, she has good, positive feelings towards her. She wants her to be happy and safe. She wants her to be part of her life. She's not yet came to the realization that, at least it doesn't seem to me like she's came to the realization that she wants to actually be with her romantically. She's still not figured that little part of her head out. And saying, I wanted to stop her tears, where does that lead? Does that mean, like, yeah, she's been torn up about it, but she could just as easily be torn up in that she's worried about her as a person. And she's worried about her being sad. If you don't say a word, what happens? What happens here? It's the but part that's a red flag. It's not so I want to. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. I don't like this choice. It's like, if I say this, is this the case where she'll go along with it but eventually not be happy about it? Or if she says nothing, does that mean the moment will just pass, they'll go home and they can be happy? And then they'll process things later. It's not good. It's not good. I don't like this. I don't like this choice. It's so ambiguous. She's worried that things would change between us. If you told her what? If you told her what? That she's important to you but you don't love her? That's acceptable. That's fine. That's permissible. things would change, but what would change? Do you want the status quo where she's all over you? Because that's the status quo. The status quo is... The status quo is that she'll still be all over you. Do you want that? You clearly seem to want that. You want her to be part of your life, and for some reason you seem to want this similar dynamic. But you don't want... You've not yet decided you want a relationship. And you're worried that things would change. To be fair, being worried that things would change is... It's a thing. It's a thing. We're generally scared of change. That's just what it means to be human. You know? We don't like change. We like stability. We like knowing what tomorrow's gonna bring. We like the familiar. That's just human. I think the choice I have to go with is I wanted to stop her tears. I'm gonna read this as Akaru wanting to take a step outside of her comfort box. She wants, she wants Ren to know that she cares about her. She's afraid that saying it might change things. But the reason she's going to say these things that might change things is because she sees how the status quo is affecting Ren. That's how I would like to read this. The status quo is making things hard for Ren, and it's making things hard for her. She wants to continue on together in some way, shape, or form. She's afraid that if she says that, it'll change the dynamic somehow. Like, somehow she'll lose Ren. But she's going to say it because it needs to be said. That's how I'm going to read this. That's how I'm going to read this. But I wanted to stop her tears.
Akaru?
Oh, we got a hug. We got a hug. Akaru? Her sweet scent surrounded me. I nuzzled my cheek against her hair and my lips brushed her ear.
レンは私のこと全然分かってない。
You don't understand me at all. I don't think you understand you, Akaru. I don't think you understand you.
わかってるもん。確かにアクルが何考えてるのかわかんないことも少し、いや、結構あるけど。
I do so. I mean, sure, sometimes I can't tell what you're thinking. Well, most of the time, but all she knows is her samurai husbando, yes. Although she argued back vigorously, she stayed meekly in my arms. I timidly wrapped my arms tighter around her, deepening the hug.
でも、私もあなたのことよく分からないんだと思う。
But I don't really understand you, either.
アクルは私のこと全然わかってない。
You don't get me. Everything was soft and warm, except for the cool night breeze. Her breath tickled my neck.
突然結婚とか言い出すし、家に上がり込んでくるし、私は推しを追いかけてたいのに必死に追いかけてくるし。
You suddenly said you...
まるで侵略者みたい。
You suddenly said you wanted to marry me and barged into my home. Even though I was always chasing my husbando, you still desperately pursued me. You were like an invader.
そんなこと言ったらアクルだって突然プロポーズしてきたし、こんな可愛い女子が好きって言ってるのにゲームのキャラばっかり追いかけてるし。
You're the one who proposed to me! And you kept chasing after some 2D game character, even though you had this cutie after you. She buried her face in my shoulder.
でも好きだよ、アクル。
But I love you, Akaru. Her body was hot in my arms, and I could hear a loudly thudding heartbeat, although I wasn't sure which of us it belonged to.
私も多分
I think
この子の
I... What I was feeling wasn't the same as 3D love or 2D obsession. But I didn't yet have a name for that emotion. Okay, so things are progressing. Things are progressing. We've got some progression here. I opened my eyes to a bright morning. Sunlight streamed in through the window in narrow rays, bathing the figure before me in light. It danced across her golden hair and milky white skin. Her deep brown eyes glimmered with reflected light. She's beautiful. I never imagined a day would come when I'd be thinking that about a girl almost half my age. Okay, there we go, age difference established. So what, Akaru was 27, half her age would be 13 and a half, 14, so the age difference would be somewhere in the region of 16 to 18. Yeah, that would be the age difference, which is kind of, well, even 16 would put her at like 32, which is 5 years of difference from 27. But yeah, what was it? The XKCD weirdness chart. Half your age plus 7. So her age would be half her age, would be 13 and a half, plus 7 takes up to 20 and a half. 20 and a half is the not creepy range. But you know what? It'd be more guidelines than actual rules. But this girl was truly beautiful. Ren? I gently brushed her warm cheek with my fingertip. I closed my eyes, savouring its softness and warmth. Akuru, I love you. Her voice found its way to my ears as sleep tugged me back down again. There was something sad about it, yet at the same time, it was the gentlest sound I'd ever heard. I put my hand on the back of the sofa and looked around. The sofa and table were where they had been the night before. The only thing missing was Ren's familiar presence. I have a bad feeling about this. It was like that irritating, unresolved feeling you got when a new recruit quits before they'd even got used to the job, or when someone who'd always had a crush on you moved away. Or was that someone who'd always had a crush on you moved away? She wouldn't have. Sitting down on the sofa, I replayed yesterday's events in my head. It was like I could still feel her warmth in my arms. I ran a hand through my hair to try and dispel those thoughts. However, Ren didn't come back in the following 2 weeks. What? Ren. Clutching my phone, I said her name aloud. My frustration only intensified as each message I sent went without response. Oh no! Did we get the bad end? Oh, we can't have got the bad end. We can't have got the bad end. Ah. Sinking into a folding chair in the break room, Shino and I heaved matching sighs which echoed around the almost empty room. Okay, I think this is good. The fact that we're on... No. We're good. We're good. We're on to something mundane. If we're on to something mundane, that means we're not having the dramatic finale yet. All is good. She took her meds. Yep, she's realised that the anime waifu that had invaded her personal space no longer exists. We clearly don't have enough staff. It doesn't end with check-in with these people. Someone definitely made a mistake with the roster. And we still have to change the sheets every day, even when they're staying multiple nights. It wasn't just me. Shino seemed run down too. Despite being in the off-season just before summer vacation, the hotel was fully booked. And, thanks to all the staff who were taking their summer break early, those of us left were rushed off our feet. This is why I hate conferences. Due to its prestige, the Imperial Asso Hotel was often used by governmental organisations and various other businesses for their conferences and training courses. As well as using the halls as the venue, they would often put their people up in our rooms, which meant that those of us in customer service were kept busy too.
確か全日本舞踊連絡会の定期会合だっけ？
I think it's some kind of National Dance Committee conference.
そうそう。エントランスは着物のご婦人と殿方で溢れて、もう大変。
Right, makes sense. The entryway was full of men and ladies in fancy kimono. They were a real handful. There were a lot of hard-to-please customers in this demanding industry, which made it all the more of a mentally than physically draining job, yep.
でも、コヘイ君に似合いそうなからし色の着物着てる男の人がいて、ちょっとテンション上がった。
Oh, but I saw this guy wearing a mustard-coloured kimono that would look amazing on Kohei-kun, so that cheered me up.
へえ、イメージカラーそのままじゃん。
Ah, that's totally his colour.
そうなの。ああ、コヘイ君に着てほしい。
Right? Ah, I want to see Kohei-kun wearing it. I opened up the Kensho app to try and distract myself from my fatigue. Kohei-kun smiled out from the screen with an appreciative, "Keep it up, my dear."
癒される。
Ah, I feel better already.
そういえば最近レンちゃんの話聞かないんだけど、あれからどうだったの？
Oh right, I haven't asked about stuff with Ren recently. So, how did things go down?
いや。
Well...
一応報告の義務があると思うんですが。
I think I deserve to know, don't I? Her gaze felt almost painful as she leered at me. The busyness of work had distracted me from thinking about it, but I couldn't avoid Shino.
連絡も何もない？あのレンちゃんが？
What? She hasn't texted you once? She's always on her phone. Her shocked cry rang through the break room, causing the hall managers to glance her away from where they'd been chatting at a nearby table.
ちょっとシノ、声大きい。
Shino, keep it down.
ああ、ごめんごめん。そっか。
Hey, sorry. I see. Shino apologized and lowered her voice, then fixed me with a searching stare.
てっきり告白でもしたのかと思ったけど。
I was sure you'd confessed to her or something.
それは。
Well... I couldn't exactly say I hadn't. I'd intended to convey my feelings to her in my own way, but perhaps Ren had just taken it as me trying to repair the friendship?
でもよかったんじゃない？ファンミーティングも終わったから、とりあえず運だよりなイベントもしばらくはないだろうし。
But it's probably for the best, right? The fan meeting's over, and there won't be any more events you'll need your luck for a while.
確かにそうだけど。
You're probably right.
それとも、それ以外にレンちゃんにいてほしい理由があったとか。
Or was there another reason you wanted to keep her around? My heart thudded loudly at her words. I shook my head vehemently to deny
い
it.
や、さあさあ、私には推しがいるわけだし、むしろ充実したオタクライフに戻れるわ。
Nope, you're right. Now I can return to fulfilling otaku life with my husbandos. Thinking about it, I hadn't been myself lately. With Ren gone, I could stay up as late as I wanted watching anime to my heart's content.
それでいいの。元の生活に戻るだけなんだから。
That's what I want. To go back to my normal life. Clutching my phone tightly in my hand, I closed my eyes. I had a stack of work waiting for me back at the front desk, and I was sure the rest of the day would fly by in a blur of busyness.
眠い。
So sleepy. Well, the city centre tended to stay bustling late into the night. The crowds thinned out the closer I got to my apartment. I held back yawns as I walked. Please stop yawning, you're making me yawn. I'd wasted a bunch of time rushing around the anime shops just before they closed, and the clock on my phone was already showing tomorrow's date. Since I dropped by the stores without any particular goal in mind, I hadn't bought much, which in turn had me feeling a little dissatisfied. Not wanting to dwell on it, I pulled out my phone.
検証のドラマ CD でも聞いて帰ろう。
I'll listen to a Kensho drama CD on my way. I dug my headphones out of my bag and opened up my music app. As the background music started to play, I started to feel a little less gloomy.
これは油地獄。これでは手が滑って剣が握れないではないか。
What is this oily hell? My hand is so slippery, I can't possibly grasp my sword.
はあ、やっぱり浩平くんの凛々しい声いいな。最高。
Ah, Kohei-kun's voice is so nice and dignified. It's like music to the ears. Beneath this sweet voice hid the steely strength of a master swordsman. I unlocked the door to my apartment block.
はあ、明日も仕事か。
Back to work tomorrow. Getting into the elevator, I sighed as I punched in my floor number like clockwork. When I arrived at my front door, I unlocked it and turned on the light in the pitch dark entryway.
Tadaima.
I'm home. I announced my arrival to the empty room as I closed and locked the door behind me with a resounding click. As I headed into the dining room, the voice swelled in my ears.
はあ
Yeah! His opponent fell to his sword. Kohei-kun sheathed his.
悲しいやつよの。これが剣豪の定めか。
Alas, the tragic fate of a swordsman. Kohei-kun left the scene after delivering his catchphrase, and I pulled out my earbuds. Silence descended heavily around me. I can't help but note that she had her earbuds in then. That's not going to be significant at all. Hedgehog, get ready, Hedgehog. You're up. You're almost up. The only sound was the gentle snoring of the refrigerator coming from the kitchen.
あくる、おかえり。
Welcome home, Makaru.
ただいま。
I'm home. I whispered to no one, my faint voice quickly fading into the darkness.
こんなに静かだったんだ。この家。
Was my place always this quiet? I'd just gone back to how things were before she arrived. I tried to tell myself that, but my chest ached somewhere deep inside.
ここにいてよ。
I want you here. As I slumped down onto the floor, I caught sight of her nail polishes lined up in front of the TV. I noticed that none of the ones I had given her were to be found among the colourful bottles.
ほんと。そういうところ抜け目ないんだから。
She's not one to let something like that go. My eyes prickled hotly, and I pressed my palms onto them. Staring at the pink and white polishes, I wondered what Ren was thinking about right at that moment.
レンに会いたいな。
I miss her. Sitting around on the floor wasn't going to help anything. I got to my feet and turned on the light. Then I started to search the room, looking for a clue as to Ren's whereabouts. It's been 2 weeks. Have you not cleared your apartment since then? Or maybe you're just generally clean. But I think the trail might be a bit cold now.
家を突き止めるのが早いけど。
Ren said she was living alone, so it's a bit early to go hunting down her family. But I didn't know that much about her. Her favourite colours and songs, and the way she liked to do her hair.
いや、多いな。うん。
No, I know plenty. I do. Muttering to myself, I cast my eyes over the personal belongings she'd left behind. She'd left a pearly pink makeup pouch in the bathroom. Feeling a little guilty, I picked it up.
レン、ごめん。
Sorry, Ren. In the pouch, I found the eyeshadow palette and eyebrow pencils she always used. They were probably backups. Rummaging past them, I came upon a piece of paper.
これレシート？
A receipt? Unfolding the piece of paper, I read the name of a well-known convenience store and a list of snacks. The branch name was familiar.
東大島ってここから3駅先くらいだっけ？
Higashiyoshima? Pretty sure that's only a few stops away. Come to think of it, while I'd listened to her chatter about her friends and classes, I'd never actually asked which college she attended. It seemed it had been closer than I knew.
ここに行けばレンに会えるかも。いや、ストーカーみたいだけど。うん。ポーチとか置きっぱなしだし、返してあげないといけないし。
If I go to this area, I might see her. Oh wait, that sounds stalkery. But she did leave her makeup pouch, so I should return it. Still making excuses to myself, I gripped the receipt tightly in my fist. To me, this tiny scrap of paper felt like a message she'd left behind for me.
おはよ
Morning.
う。はよ
Hey! In a residential area a short walk from the station, I spotted a group of girls in pink skirts and colourful sweaters and hoodies. I searched the group for a familiar figure. Okay, you're searching for a familiar figure. Are you the Araragi tier degenerate who can identify a woman by the shape of her hips already? Is that what we've got going on here? Are you another Araragi-kun?
レンは
Ren's not here.
やっぱりいない。
I watched them intently from the shadows of a lamppost. From a lamppost, really? Arararagi-kun? Indeed, Arararagi-kun. Katsuragi-kun. Aragi-kun. From the shadow of a lamppost. Are you real? That's the stalkery thing here. The hiding behind the lamppost, that's the stalkery thing. But I couldn't see anyone who looked like Ren. Someone about to call the FBI on her. I hope they do. I figured I'd be more likely to meet her in the morning, rather than the evening when people headed home at different times. So, on a day where I had a late shift, I'd come over before work.
怪しいのでは？
Do I seem like a creeper? Yes, you do.
う。何か香港に用ですか？
May I help you?
その
Crap. A woman who looked professory was regarding me suspiciously. Beneath her accusatory stare, I forced my best customer service smile to my face. Yeah, you look like a sussy baka. She does, doesn't she? But yeah, I don't think this is a college. I don't think professors at a college give off quite the same, personal security thing, because, you get adults attending college. She could pass for a later student. Nah, this is a high school. This is a high school. Don't try and whitewash this. Don't you try and whitewash this. I know what's going on.
いえ、ただ少し彼女たちを見てたら懐かしいなって。ごめんなさい。足を止めさせてしまって。
No, I was just... seeing the girls really took me back to my own school days. Sorry for loitering. I tilted my head innocently. She's gonna see right through it.
これは厳しい。あと懐かしいのは本当だから精神的に来るものが。
This is intense. But it is true I'm feeling nostalgic, so it's not like I'm lying.
そうでしたか。私の方こそすみません。勘ぐってしまって。
I see. My apologies for doubting you.
いえ、お仕事ご苦労様です。
Not at all. You're just doing your job.
いえ。じゃあ、また。
Oh, not at all. Well, see you later. Wait a minute. Okay, so the voice actor is probably quite similar, but could this be the woman that she met at the anime store before? Looking at all the GL? At all the Yuri books? That would be a very small world. Yeah, no. The college might be an American dialect thing. I think it's the localization thing. It's to tone down the difference in ages, I think.
ええ、また。
Yeah, see you later? Question mark? Oh! Looking down at the ground, the woman walked briskly away. I got the feeling she was used to being teased by her students. For the time being, I let out a breath of relief. Yeah, no, I think that was the woman from the, I think that was... Wouldn't that just be perfect if it was the woman from the manga store? Like, wouldn't it just be so appropriate if she thought that it was her who was being stalked? Yeah, you don't half my age and college in the same subject. Yeah, my point exactly.
もうこうなったらレンの知り合いっぽい子に声かけて聞いてみよう。
Since I'm here, I might as well ask someone who looks like they might be friends with Ren. I looked at the group walking past me. 3 girls with their black hair and slick ponytails, who looked like they were in the athletics club, and a plain girl in a long skirt.
絶対違う。
No, not them. Wow, are you profiling? I think she's profiling high school girls. This is advanced. Ren seemed like she'd be friends with anyone, but her besties would probably be someone like that girl over there. Aha. A girl with perfectly curled, dyed brown hair that fluttered in the wind. Her spidery, soot black eyelashes weren't going to be beaten by the day's humidity anytime soon. Your prejudice is showing, Akaru. We have a high-tier degenerate here, she just doesn't know it. She was with another girl wearing black-rimmed glasses and a neon hoodie over an oversized shirt. The style reminded me of Ren's.
絶対レンのこと知ってるこの子たち。
Bet these two know her.
それめっちゃ点上げなんだけど、イクスペアリの夏コスメも超いい色してんよね。
It's like giving me life. I need the Xperi summer collection too. Those colours are lit. I can deal with lit. I can accept lit.
それな。でもマジ金ないからバイトしないと夏乗り切れねえ。
Yeah, but I'm broke as fuck. So I need a job if I'm gonna survive this summer. Huh? I was about to call out to them, but I stopped when I heard how fast they were talking.
なあ、佐藤ね、そんな金ないの？この前居酒屋でバイト始めたって言ってたじゃん。
I mean, they're not talking that fast, but still. What? You're that broke, Satone? I thought you were working at that bar.
2日で辞めた。労働向いてないわ、私。
I quit that shit after 2 days. I'm like not made to work.
何を話しているの？
What are they talking about? Akaru letting her inner boomer out. Probably. I could barely follow their conversation with my ears, so I followed them on my feet. Screwing up my courage, I stepped out in front of them. You creepy stalker.
おはよ
Oh, morning.
おはようございます。てか誰？
Morning? Wait, who are you?
新任じゃん？おはようございます。
You professor? Morning. The 2 girls regarded me with open curiosity and a growing amount of suspicion.
しくじった完全に不審者じゃん。
This was a bad idea. They think I'm a creeper. Boom. At this point, there was nothing to do but push forward. I plunged on with my questioning before they had time to start making a fuss.
あなたたち古舘レンって知ってる？
Do you guys know Ren Furutachi?
ああ、レン？もち知ってるよ。私らのアイドルだもん。
Ren? Yeah, Ovs. She's like our queen. Although I heard the word idol being used.
アイドル？いや、そのレンだけど、最近学校にも普通に来てる？
Queen? I mean, about Ren. Has she been coming to class lately? I wasn't sure, but I assumed Ren was popular at school. I felt the other girl's gaze
お
harden.
姉さん、レンの何？恋人？
What's your deal with her? You her girlfriend?
それは違います。
No, I'm not. The girl narrowed her eyes and folded her arms, assuming a threatening stance. Although, maybe it was weird to feel threatened by someone so much younger.
じゃあ姉ちゃん、言っとくけど、私たちは納得してないから。
So what, you her sister? I'm not convinced.
まあいいじゃん。お姉さんが実家にいるなら安心でしょ。
If she has a sister at her parents' place, that's a good thing, right? It looked like I'd now been assigned the role of sister rather than girlfriend. The girl called Sathane's eyes softened slightly behind her glasses.
実家？ちょっと待って、レンは一人暮らししてるんじゃないの？
Huh? At her parents' place? Hang on, I thought she was living on her own.
いや、そんなわけないじゃん。ついこないだまで私たちのうち泊まり歩いてたんだから。
No way, she was like couch surfing. She was staying at my place till recently. Something clicked in my brain. Huh? Nothing about the way she'd said it seemed like the girl wasn't telling the truth. But if that were the case...
私もともと一人暮らしなんだよね。
I already live on my own anyway.
え？
Huh?
むしろ大人と一緒の方が安心なんだけど。
I'd feel a lot safer with someone competent like you around. Ren had definitely told me she lived alone.
まさか嘘だった？
Was that a lie? Putting my hand over my mouth, my brain whirled for a few seconds. Ren had a place to live, yet she'd been couch surfing at her friends' places.
なんで？
Why? I racked my brain, unable to understand the reason, but no matter how hard I thought, I was unlikely to arrive at a clear answer. I looked up, ready to thank Ren's friends for their help and leave. That was when I noticed a figure out the corner of my eye. My gaze darted towards it.
レン。
Ah, Ren. Oh? What's with this theme tune here? Looks like we've got some kind of zany scene going on here. I caught sight of her back several meters ahead as she ran off. Before I could get a word out, my feet were already carrying me forward.
待って！
Ren, wait! Catching up to her, I reached out to grab her wrist, but she slapped it away. Ow! My exclamation caused her to look back at me for a moment. I grimaced at the pain in my hand. Ren frowned, her mouth a tight line. Indecision swam in her eyes.
レン。
Ren! I stood frozen in place, watching her receding back. I brushed my dishevelled hair back over my ears, my wrists still smarting.
ルリちゃん先生こっち。ほら、めっちゃレン嫌がってんしょ。
Ruri-chan sensei, over here! Help! She's harassing Ren!
あなたさっきの。
It's you from before!
やば！
Ah, crap.
やっぱり不審者だったのね。ちょっと素敵だなって思ったのに。
So you were up to no good. You really had me fooled with that pretty face of yours.
いや、違う。
I bet that is the woman from the store. No, I'm not. Before I could protest, she already had my arm in a firm grip. When I looked up, I saw Ren watching us from a distance, her hands clasped together apologetically. You traitor, Ren! Sorry. Her lips moved, following the words silently. I yelled back.
助けて！事情説明して！
Ren, help me! Tell her! Explain it to her!
事情を聞くのはこちらの方です。
I think you're the one who has some explaining to do. The woman was glaring at me, sending Ren a resentful glance. I mentally prepared myself for a dressing down from both this professor and my superior at work later on. Is this a citizen's arrest? Is this a citizen's arrest? After that, I was first lectured on not acting like a creep around students, even if you know them, and was subsequently late for work and scolded by my manager. Why is Ren just leaving her to it and then apologising for it?
結局レンが何考えてるのかわからないままだし。
After all that, I still don't know what's going on with Ren. As far as I could tell, she didn't seem to dislike me. Perhaps she was conflicted too. But just what was I supposed to do?
本日は当ホテルをご利用いただきありがとうございます。こちらにお名前とご住所のご記入を。
Thank you for choosing to stay with us. If you could please fill in your name and address here. I handed the kimono-clad woman the form as I gave her a standard spiel. As I watched her filling it in, something caught my eye.
古舘香織。この名前どこかで。
Kaori Furutachi? That sounds familiar.
どうかされましたか？
Is something wrong?
いえ、失礼いたしました。ご記入いただきありがとうございます。
Is this Ren's mother? I think it might be. The name's the same. I mean, maybe, not the most uncommon name, perhaps. But yeah, I'd say so. No, my apologies. Thank you very much. The woman, Mrs. Kaori Furutachi, narrowed her eyes at me in a severe expression, at odds with her round face. I got a sense of class from her and the elegance of her movements.
そういえば、レンの担任の先生から電話が来たとき、古舘香織って名前で呼ばれたような。
I remember. When Ren's tutor called me, I'm sure she asked if I was Kaori Furutachi. I mentally compared Ren to this woman before me. They should be complete opposites, yet there was something similar
古
there.
舘なんて珍しい名字もそんなにいるわけじゃないし。
Furutachi's not such a common surname.
もしかして。
Would you happen to be... I cut myself off. Asking personal questions to the customers was frowned upon in my line of work.
さすがに聞くわけにはいかない。
I can't ask her. And yeah, if you did ask her, it would probably lead to some very, very complicated conversations, as well as another dressing down from the manager, quite likely. But if I could at least secure a little more information. My gaze fell on the guest form, where I saw the name of a familiar station along with a more detailed address.
あるよね。
I do have information. Akuru! Akuru, how could you? I am shocked and appalled at this unprofessional behaviour. This is completely against GDPR. You are using customer information to benefit you in some way in your personal life. That is against the standards set. That is against the standards. You should not be doing this. Do not use customers' private information or anyone's private information that you come into contact with. Do not. Mrs. Furutachi was probably here for the dance conference. If she was someone well known, I could look her up and maybe find something out.
それでは客室係がご案内いたしますので。
My colleague here will show you to your room. Feeling guilty, I forced my lips to remain frozen in a smile. I'd been in this line of work for a long time, and it was a while since my cheeks had ached like
いいえ、
this.
結構よ。荷物くらい自分で持つわ。
Please don't bother. I can handle my luggage on my own. Before the bellboy could introduce himself, she picked up the small case. From her resolute demeanour, I felt like she'd seen right through my intentions, and I
か
gulped.
しこまりました。では、お部屋までご案内させていただきます。
Of course. Then please allow us to direct you to your room. The bellboy understood my glance, and showed Mrs. Furutachi to the elevators in the back. As I watched her go, I let out the breath I'd been holding.
これは手強そう。
She seems formidable. She does seem quite intense, doesn't she? Let's see where this goes, shall we?
で、どういう心情の変化？
So what brought on this change of heart? Shino grinned at me as we were crossing the plaza in front of the last station on the subway line. I'd never been here before. I could tell from her expression that she was teasing me.
意地悪言わないでよ。こういうの付き合ってくれそうなのシノくらいしか思いつかないんだから。
Don't be mean. You were the only person I could think of who'd come with me. She's your only other friend in the world. Okay? Of course you were gonna ask her if anyone was gonna come.
まあ、あーちゃんに頼られるの嬉しいからいいけどね。それに、レンちゃんのことも気になるし。
Well, I'm glad you think of me as such a good friend. Plus, I'm concerned about Ren too.
シノ。
Shino. She wasn't one for displays of affection, and I found myself quite moved by her uncharacteristic expression of emotion. Shino was such a good person.
あと、その謎の和装美人って日本舞踊の師範代なんでしょ？いい同人誌のネタになりそう。
Also, that mysterious beauty in the kimono is an instructor in traditional Japanese dance, right? Seems like great material for a dojin.
そっか。
Right. I took it all back. Shino was still Shino. I like Shino.
まあとにかく今日は日本舞踊の教室を見学しに来た一般人だから、私は友人の付き添いで来ただけ。古舘様が私に気づいても偶然を装うこと。
Well, anyway, today we're two regular people who've come to observe the dance lessons. I'm only here because you invited me. If Mrs. Furutachi recognizes me, we play it off as a coincidence.
了解。
Roger that. With a salute, Shino held up her smartphone. The map showed that we'd arrived at our destination. Through the Japanese-style gate was a garden of pine trees. The sign by the entrance read, Furutachi Academy of Traditional Japanese Dance.
おお、豪邸じゃん。
Ooh, fancy.
じゃあ行こう。
Let's go.
ここからじゃよく見えないな。
Can't see much from here.
まだ生徒さん来てないとか？
Aren't there any students here yet? According to the attendee list for the National Japanese Dance Association conference, Kaori Furutachi ran a dance school out of her house. There were supposedly lessons being held today, but the website hadn't specified what time. We peered in through the gate and saw an open Japanese-style room across the garden. After watching from our vantage point for a while, I spotted Kaori-san tidying a few things in the shadows of the room. Also, note we've gone from Mrs. Furutachi to Kaori-san. Very interesting change in ways of referring to someone.
あの人。
Oh, over there.
あれが？
Is that her? I nodded. Just then, a kimono-clad woman in her 70s appeared from the back of the room, walking toward Kaori-san.
なんか深刻そうな話してる。
Seems like a serious conversation.
聞いてみる？
Wanna eavesdrop?
Yeah.
Of course you do. You've gone from stalking girls to stalking women now. Stooping over to stay hidden, we made our way into the garden. Stop loitering! You creeps! We managed to squeeze ourselves behind some plants close enough to be able to hear their voices.
そんなこと聞いてきたんですか？今更あの人と話したいなんて。
She asked you that? Why would she want to talk to him all of a sudden?
だってレンちゃんにとっては実
Well.
の父親だもの。
Well, he is her father. Also, I'm pretty sure those were two different voices. I'm pretty sure those were two different voices there. That was meant to be a back and forth. Ren! My ears perked up at the name. My theory had been correct. This woman was Ren's mother.
いや手がかりがないわけではないんだけど、お母さんの許しを取ってからと思ったの。
This voice sounds like it's more from the older woman, because it's got the kind of Obachan croak to it, I want to say. We do have some leads, but I thought it best to get your blessing first. Kaori-san sighed. It sounds like Ren's father, Kaori's husband, didn't live with them. And not only that, but they didn't know how to contact him.
レンちゃんも悩んでいるのよ。
I think Ren's struggling too.
その名前で呼ぶのをやめてください。あの子は本当はラブなんですから。
Could you stop calling her that? You know her real name is Love. Oh, so her name literally is Love. Like, the English pronunciation of love.
息子のことを思い出して辛いなら、あなたこそ呼ばなくてもいいのよ。
If it hurts to be reminded of your son, you can let go of that name yourself.
そんなこと。
Yeah, look at this, look at this. Both of the voices are down as Kaori. Both of the voices are down as Kaori. That's not confusing at all. She's not just talking to herself, you know. Kaori-san raised her voice before quickly cutting herself off.
ラブ？
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion there. There was a lot of confusion in the translation there. That didn't make as much sense. It seems like there's some conflict between Ren's mother and the rest of the extended family. Love. I'd never heard the unusual name before, but it seemed like the girl they were talking about was one and the same.
でレンのこと？
She's talking about Ren? I whispered to myself. And beside me, Shino gave a wry smile.
漢字は同じらしいけどね。レンじゃなくラブ。
The character it's written with is the same. Both names mean the same thing.
シノは知ってたの？
You knew? Yeah, we talked about this earlier.
前にノートの落書きに書かれてたの見たから。
I saw it doodled on some of her notes. After her blunt confession, Shino's eyes softened behind her glasses. She probably didn't know the reason behind why Ren would change her name either.
レンは
Ren is... Hearing approaching voices, I stopped talking. Looking toward the front gate, I saw a group of girls getting out of a taxi.
やば。
Crap. I grabbed hold of Shino's shirt, dragging her away with me. Filled with unease, we made our way back outside the front gate. Somehow avoiding the taxi girls.
そこずれてる。
You're slipping.
はい。
Right.
はい。
Right.
所作の美しさはぶれないことが前提。体の芯を意識して。
And look at that, we have some character art for Kaori herself. Very nice. I like this. The beauty of dance requires stability. Focus on your core.
すみません。
Sorry. Kaori-san's voice reverberated through the training hall. In a corner of the room, away from the other students, Kaori-san was giving me one-on-one instruction.
アクルさん、あなた自分の筋肉だけで動こうとしてるのよ。もっと自然な動きを心がけなさい。
Akira-san, you're trying to move using only your muscles. You must try to be more natural. Use your whole body. She circled behind me and lightly touched my shoulder and back to adjust my posture as she continued.
フロントで見かけた時から立ち居振る舞いが綺麗だと思っていたの。きっとあなた踊りに向いているわ。
When I spotted you out front, I thought you carried yourself beautifully. Your body is made to dance.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Smug face from Shino. Shino was sitting on the floor just like me. I felt her gaze on me like a knife. This was so embarrassing. She was definitely laughing at me.
そのまま立ってみなさい。
Get to your feet. Yes, ma'am. Kaori-san's hand brushed me again as I rose from my kneeling position. Following the path of her hands seemed to lend me strength, like she was pulling me up.
この感覚を忘れないこと。ほら、もう一回。
Remember how that felt. Now, once more. Yes, ma'am. Readjusting my posture, I sat back down and repeated the movement. Kaori-san continued instructing the rest of the class for a while longer, until...
今日はここまでにしましょうか。
Let's leave it at that for today. At her cue, the other students gathered around her. Although she retained her stern expression, there was a gentleness in her eyes as she regarded them.
アクルさんたちも今日はここまででいいわ。
We'll finish here for you too, Akira-san, Shino-san.
はい。
Okay.
はいありがとうございます。
Okay, thank you. Just as I put my hands to the floor to push myself up, her sharp voice stopped me.
アクルさん
Akira-san!
はい
Yes?
また元通りになってる。稽古が終わっても基本姿勢は常に意識しておくこと。わかった？
Did you forget what I just taught you? You should always be aware of your posture, even outside your training. Understand? She frowned at me, but before I could respond, the older woman came out from the back of the room and walked over to
カオ
us.
リさん。
That's not also Kaori. Can we please call her Obasan or something? The woman said Kaori-san's name in a soft voice. Her forest green kimono and black hair streaked with white were striking.
先生
Sensei?
そんなに怒ってばかりだと
Oh,
生
Sensei
徒さん
then.
も困っちゃうでしょ。
You'll scare the students away if you're always shouting at them.
申し訳ありません。
My apologies.
あなたは見込みのある人ほど厳しくしてしまうんだから。ごめんなさいね。
You always go hardest on the most promising ones. I'm sorry. The woman turned to me with a gentle smile. Her clean movements and upright posture resembled Kaori-san.
さっき話してた人だけど先生？
It's the woman she was talking to earlier, but she called her sensei?
ごめんなさい。こちら古舘流の当主で古舘恵子師範代よ。
Yes, I'm sorry. This is the head of the Furutachi Dance Academy, Instructor Keiko. Oh, so Keiko. Are we gonna correct the names now? So Keiko must be the mother of Kaori's husband and Ren's father. She's continuing the school underneath her. Curiosity must have been written on my face as she politely introduced the woman to me, who smiled in return.
もしかして師範代のお母様ですか？
Are you mother and daughter?
実のではないけれどね。
In a sense.
香織さんはお嫁さんなの。もともとは私の生徒だったのだけれど。
I thought so. Kaori-san is my daughter-in-law and a father student. There we go. Now she's labelled properly as Keiko. Which made this woman Ren's grandmother. Having said that, they didn't look much alike.
レンは香織さんに似たのかな？
Ren does take after Kaori-san though. While their demeanours were complete opposites, they shared the same eye colour and something about their skin.
ってそういう卑猥な意味じゃないけど。
Not in a weird way. My cheeks burned as my mind dug up images of Ren in some unladylike positions. I didn't mean it in a creepy way, but that area around the clavicle. Yeah, no, try your best there, try your best there.
レンに毒されてるかも。
Has Ren rubbed off on me? I put my hand up by my face to hide my red cheeks. No one seemed to notice, though Keiko-san gave me a curious look.
じゃあ私たちはこれで。アクルさんもシノさんも気をつけて帰りなさいね。
Take care on your way home, Akuru-san, Shino-san. The two of them stepped out through the shoji sliding door into the corridor. I could hear them talking in whispers, which I strained to hear as I pretended to be busy with gathering my things.
ねえ、今チャンスじゃない？
Hey, this could be your chance. Huh?
さっきの二人の話、多分レンちゃんはこの家のどこかにいるはず。
With a conversation earlier? Ren's probably somewhere in the house. Yes, breaking and entering. Yes!
でも急にそんなこと。
But I can't just... I couldn't sneak around right under Kaori-san's nose. But if I had Shino's help...
ごめんシノ、なんとか時間稼ぎしといて。
Sorry, Shino. Buy me some time, would you?
Got it!
Got it! Slapping me lightly on the back, she flashed me a grin.
帰ってきたら一緒に検証 R18 本出そうな。
Afterward, let's plan a new Kensho R18 Doshin together.
シノ。
Shino! Did she just buy the farm? I think she just bought the farm. That's technically buying the farm here. Feeling like I could cry with gratitude, I headed off to search the house, giving Kaori-san and co a wide berth. I slid open the paper doors, peering into rooms along the corridor leaning towards the vestibule. This is the weirdest death flag I've ever seen. I know, right?
ここは違う。
Not here.
ここも
Or here. Pushing down my feelings of guilt, I made my way methodically down the corridor. Some of the rooms looked to be for guests, while others were clearly Kaori-san's quarters. Stop snooping in people's rooms. Then I came upon a room with a Western-style door, decorated with puffy pink stickers.
わかりやすい。
So obvious. Pressing my ear to the door, I heard signs of life from inside. Straightening up, I nodded firmly to myself, then slowly raised my hand. Knock knock. Yuri. Yuri who? Yuri in trouble. Ha 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 ha. I nodded slightly and held my
レン
breath.
いる？
Ren, are you in there? There's a loud clatter from within the room, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps, then nails clacking against the wood.
どうしてここにいるの？
What are you doing here?
レン、ここを開けて。
Ren, open up. I put my hand to the door handle. I was worried about being caught by Kaori-san, but more than that, I wanted to see Ren's face and reassure myself.
ダメ
It won't
開
open.
けられない
As I reached out for the door, I heard a click.
なんで急に出て行ったりしてわけを話してよレン
Why did you run off like that? Tell me what's going on, Ren. I tried the handle, but the door was locked. Ren's silence was making me impatient, so I pressed on.
話してくれなきゃわからないでしょ学校のこと、それともお母さん？
I can't understand it if you don't tell me. Is it to do with school? Or your mother? Usually she'd fling the door open and leap into my arms, but all I got from her now was a sad voice.
理由は言えないけど今アクルに会うわけにはいかないの
I can't tell you why, but I can't see you anymore.
何よそれ。
What's that supposed to mean? It was hard to argue with her decisive tone. So I simply stood there with my hand pressed against the door, staring intently at the wood. But of course, I couldn't see through to the other side.
ママに会ったの
Did you meet my mum?
たまたまうちのホテルに泊まりに来て、教室の生徒のふりして入ってきたの。
She happened to be staying at her hotel, so I came here pretending to be a student. Ren laughed dryly.
すごい偶然私ってやっぱり運がいいのかも
What a coincidence. Guess I really am lucky.
私だってたまにはついてるのよ。
Sometimes luck comes my way too. I whispered, huh, was her only response.
なんで何も話してくれないの？
Why won't she tell me anything? I wanted to understand her. But there was no way I could, as she refused to tell me anything. Frustrated by the single panel of wood separating us, I itched to force it open. But I knew I wasn't strong enough to break down a door with my bare hands. If it was a sliding door, you could probably do a decent job of it.
ねえアクル少しかがんで
Hey, Akaru? Bend down a bit? Her tone was soft and calm. I hunched over, following the advice. Right, this was about her height. I held my breath. I pressed myself against the door, not wanting to miss the words that would break the silence.
あなた何してるの？
What do you think you're doing?
香織さん
Kaori-san! I leapt back from the door as she appeared. Her eyes widened as she recognized me, and looked between me and the door suspiciously, like she was searching for an explanation. Shino was behind her, her hands clasped together apologetically. There was a limit to how much time one could buy.
ごめんなさい。お手洗いをお借りしようと思ったら迷っちゃって。
Sorry, I was looking for the bathroom and got lost. I like this story.
お手洗いなら稽古場の裏手よ。案内するわ。
She bought it! I see. The bathroom is behind the dance hall. I'll show you. Okay, why did she buy that? With that, Kaori-san head off ahead of me, showing me the way to the bathroom. I'd managed to shake off her suspicions, somehow. But in the end, I left without any clue as to what Ren had been about to say. Wow. Just wow. Plot armor indeed. On the TV screen, a boy yelled. The basketball sailed through the hoop and the stadium erupted with cheers.
何度見てもいいわ。
Ah, no matter how many times I watch it, it never gets old.
うんいい
Nope. So good. Beside me on the sofa, Shino muttered into her hand while I covered my face like I was trying to force all the feelings back inside myself. The anime, based on a shonen manga, had aired several years ago and blew up in popularity for its realistic depictions of basketball and its appealing characters. Kuroko no Basket, for example? Perhaps? Of course, I'd been deep into the fandom back then too.
よし、もう一回見よう。
Okay, let's watch it once more.
ちょっと待って私そろそろ終電だから帰らないと
Hold up, It's almost my last train. I've got to get home. Shino stood up as I ejected the disc from the player and made to put the first one of the series back in.
もうそんな時間？
Oh, is it already that late? Glancing up at the clock on the wall, I saw that it was almost midnight. Given the time it would take to walk to the station, Shino would have to get going soon, or risk missing her last train.
シノ、明日休みじゃなかったっけ？
I thought you had the day off tomorrow.
そうだけど
I do, but there was no real reason for it. None at all. But I didn't want her to go. I floated an idea to Shino as she picked up her bag and made her way toward the front door. Yes, you may have heard my phone again.
それなら泊まっていけば？
Why don't you stay over?
あーちゃん
Ah-chan. I looked away awkwardly and tried to smile as normally as possible, but I was pretty sure there was no fooling her.
本当に引き止めたいのは私じゃないんでしょ
I'm not the one you really want here, though, am I? Ugh.
レンちゃん
Ren-chan. Ugh. I looked at her with tears swimming in my eyes and the corners of her lips curved upward. Although she hadn't said a word about it when I'd invited her over for an anime marathon, or at any point during our date together, she'd seen through everything.
あの時何もなかったって状態じゃないわけね
Something happened back at the house, didn't it? What? You went there, you spent the whole thing, you had her run decoy for you, and you didn't debrief her on how things went?
古舘さん、いや、あの時レンと話はできたんだけど。
I did get to talk to Furutachi-san, I mean Ren, but...
けど
But? Why she left, why she'd given a fake name, why she'd lied about living alone, all of it remained a mystery. Ren hadn't told me anything.
それじゃ何もわからないよ。
So I don't understand anything.
成果は何も得られませんでしたっていうやつね
Sounds like you didn't get the results you hoped for. While she kept her tone light, her stare was intense, but I couldn't get a read on what emotions were held in her deep green eyes.
それであーちゃんは
So, Ah-chan, what are you gonna do? Her question made me catch my breath.
あーちゃんはどうしたいの
What do you want to do?
私は
I don't want to hurt her anymore. Okay, you've not exactly been hurting her. You've not exactly been hurting her. Right, we've got another choice here. We've got another choice. Let's save that at number 3. And... there we go. Okay. So yeah, okay, we've got another choice. We've got another choice. And yet again, it's another false choice. If we say, I don't want to hurt her anymore, we're like, yeah, I don't want to hurt her. And then she... Thing is, you don't want to rely on Shino at a time like this. You don't want Shino to be the only reason she gives it a try. So you don't want to say, I don't want to hurt her anymore, and then, you know, she doesn't see her again. You want to say, I want to see Ren, because of course she wants to see Ren. Is this even a choice? Is this even a question at this stage? Is this actually a question? Is this even a question? I don't know. I honestly don't know if this is even a question at this point. I don't even know, to be honest. But yeah, basically there can only be one option. Only one option. We want to see Ren. If I tried to get closer to Ren, maybe she'd just tell me even more lies.
やっとレンのことが分かってきたところなのに、それが嘘だったなんて言われたら。
Just when I'm starting to understand her, she tells me it was all a lie. Where did this come from? Maybe I wouldn't be able to keep loving her. She admits it? She admits it? She admits it now? This is the moment she realizes. They do say distance makes the heart grow fonder, but it's really... But even so,
これ以上深入りしたらめんどくさいことになるかもよ
if you get any more involved with her, things might get messy. I heard a car drive past the apartment block. Shino went on slowly, like she was testing me.
好きな人を好きでいるためにその人からは自由でいるべきなんじゃない？
In order to keep loving someone, don't you need to be free from them? Shino waited quietly for my response. I don't know if I should share the emotions swirling inside me, but there was one thing I did know.
私はあの子から目をそらしたくないの。ちゃんと向き合って話を聞きたい。
This sentence doesn't quite make sense. I don't want to avoid her. You literally, basically broke into her house. I want to face up to her properly and hear what she has to say. Okay, yeah, sure, you want to hear her out. You've already done your best. It's her who's avoiding you, if nothing else. Ah, dear me. Okay, well, let's continue.
そう。
I see. I wanted to speak to Ren, even if it would only hurt both of us. Even if it was way more troublesome and complicated than standing a 2D character. You know what, that's the thing. That's the thing. To a degree. There comes a point in love and romance and what have you. There comes a point where, you know, you do need to be considerate of the other person. You do need to be considerate of what their wishes are. You absolutely do need to be considerate of them. That is an important thing. But at the same time, it's also okay to be a little selfish sometimes. It's okay to be a little selfish. If you need to do it for your own sake, then sometimes it's okay to be selfish. Don't always be selfish. Don't do things knowing that you're going to be a massive bother for someone. But don't be afraid to be a little selfish.
だってレンがいなかったあの頃には戻れない。
I mean, I can't go back to how things were before her.
ああ、ほんと。魔性の女はどっちなんだか。
I don't even know which of you is seducing the other. Hmm? Shino muttered something too quietly for me to hear, then prodded me in the nose with a finger.
それなら全力で追いかけるべき。あーちゃん、追いかけるのは得意でしょ。
Then you should go after her with everything you've got. You're good at pursuing people, right? That's what you do. I couldn't help but smile at her smug expression.
そりゃ推しばかり追いかけてきた人生ですから。
I've spent my whole life chasing husbandos. Realizing how funny that sounded, I chuckled to myself.
そこまで。
That's enough. Kaori-san's cold, sharp voice reverberated around the hall. Her pupil hit stop on the music. After a brief explanation of today's points to work on, Kaori-san dismissed the students. Watching them head to the changing room, I took the opportunity to address her.
すみません。ちょっといいですか？
Excuse me, do you have a moment?
何かしら。
Yes, what is it? Without air conditioning, the dance hall retained the summer heat, and sweat beaded on her forehead.
大切なお話があって。
I have something important to discuss. Kaori-san stopped in her tracks.
今ここで話せること？
Is it something we can discuss here? Her tone softened as she turned to face me properly and waited for my response.
いえ、実は
No, actually... The moment she heard Ren's name from my lips, her expression changed, becoming grim and a little uneasy.
とりあえず着替えてきなさい。レンは私が呼んでくるわ。
First, please get changed. I'll get... Ren. The way that this is written, it's as if she's struggling to deal with the word love, which she wanted to say, but it was like Ren, but it feels more like it's like then I will retrieve kind of thing. Like, so it's just hesitation about the scenario in general. A flock of birds chirped out in the garden. Kaori-san and I knelt opposite one another on the wooden floor. She was as still as a statue. This is going to be a very interesting scene.
やっぱしびれてきた。
My legs have gone to sleep. You don't sit in Seiza more often? Really?
なんでこの人涼しい顔してるの？
Does she look so composed? I almost expected her to respond to my inner voice, but she remained silent.
あ、でもやっぱりレンにちょっと似てるかも。
Oh, but I guess she does resemble Ren somewhat. Ren had once said she was jelly of my high nose because hers was small and round. In the same way, while Kaori-san's expression was dignified, her actual face was young-looking. Stop! Stop right there. Stop right there. She may be slightly more gettable for you. She may be slightly closer to you in terms of age, but stop! Just as I was about to start giggling to myself at the similarities, Kaori-san spoke.
ラブ
Love. Following her gaze, I saw Ren peeking in from the corridor. I hadn't seen her in weeks, but there she was, with the same colourful pins in her hair and sparkles in her eyes. Akuru! I readied myself for the impending glomp, but it never came. Instead, a smile bloomed across her face. Okay, so she's now happy? She's now happy to be seeing her? Ren,
そこへ座りなさい。
sit there. Kaori-san didn't give me any time to enjoy the reunion. Ren moved toward where her mother had indicated, but instead of sitting, she picked up the cushion. Oh? Look at this. Look at this scenario. Look at this bold move. Look at this bold move. Without a word, she placed it next to me and sat. Kaori-san looked shocked for a moment, but then her brows sank into a frown as she looked between
あなた
us.
たち
You two.
何か問題ある？
Got a problem? Oh, I've missed hearing Ren's voice for the last several minutes. That Stacy energy though, absolutely.
いいえ。アクルさん、それで大切な話というのは
No. Akuru-san, you said you had something important to discuss? Recovering herself, she turned back to me, but there was a slight uncertainty in her eyes. I looked right back at her and straightened my posture.
まずは謝ることがあります。香織さんの娘さん、レンを。
Firstly, I have an apology to make. To your daughter, Ren.
ラブでしょ。レンはただ彼女がそう呼んでほしくてつけただけの名前だわ。
I think you mean love. Ren is merely a name she made up.
それはだって
That's not... I cleared my throat, cutting her off. It seemed her name was a sensitive topic for her. I wanted to ask why, but there were other things I wanted to get out before that. Oh, look at that. Now she actually wants to ask all these questions that are very pertinent.
ラブをしばらく私のマンションに住まわせてました。いくら同性とはいえ、親御さんの許可を取らず、申し訳ありません。
I would have much preferred the solidarity if she'd actually referred to her as Ren, like affirming that she would say Ren here. That would have been good. I would have liked to have seen that, the affirmation of Ren and her life choices, rather than bowing to her perceptions. That would be much more in keeping with the direction I see this going, I think. So slightly missed opportunity there. I apologise for not seeking your approval first. I bowed my head to her and heard Ren gulp beside me. When I slowly raised my head, Kaori-san fixed me with an intense stare.
じゃあ、あなたが
So you're...
いえ、無断外泊している娘をなかなか引き戻せなかった私にも手落ちがあったのでしょう。
Never mind. I am also at fault for not being able to bring my wayward daughter home. She lowered her gaze and bit her lip. After a brief pause, I brought up the main
だ
topic.
から、今日はその許可を取りに来ました。
Oh, what the heck? Is this another proposal? So today, I'm here to ask for your approval.
そう。
I see.
ラブが私のことをまだ好きなら、また一緒に暮らしたい。今度は勝手にじゃなく、ちゃんとした形で。
If love still likes me, then I'd like to keep living together. Officially this time. Silence descended between us for a long moment.
もしレンに気持ちがなかったら
If Ren doesn't feel the same way, then... In that event, I was prepared to give up and gracefully retreat. But probably, hopefully...
お願い
Please, Ren. As I hoped to myself, a voice broke through the tense mood. The ship sails! Akuru! Huh? Something heavy impacted with my shoulder, and I almost fell over. The soft arms wrapped around my neck were the same as I remembered, but the strength...
やめ苦しい
Gosh, can't breathe.
これで賭けは私の勝ちでしょ
What is going on? Mom, this means I win the bet, right? Still clinging tightly to me, Ren turned her head to glare at her mother, a confident grin on her face.
確かに約束だものね。
Did they set her up? Did they set her up from the start? I did promise. Kaori-san's eyes narrowed as she regarded the two of us, and I instinctively straightened up. Ren sat back down on her own cushion.
でもまさか同性が相手だとは思ってなかったわ。
But I didn't expect it to be with a woman.
だって私レズだもんママにも言ってたでしょ
Well, duh, I'm a lesbian. I've already told you a million times.
あれ本気だったのね。
So you were serious about that. Ah, she went for the choosing not to believe. I do not see, I pretend I do not see.
本気に決まってるでしょママの石頭
Obviously. Is your head filled with rocks or something? Well, she raised her eyebrows. Her posture and gaze never wavered. Hold up a sec. What the heck was going on?
ちょっと待って話がどういうこと賭けって
Slow down a minute. What are you talking about? What bet?
後で説明してあげる
I'll explain later. Please explain now so that we are all clear for the rest of the conversation. Ren got to her feet before I could protest, then took hold of my arm and pulled me up too. I tottered slightly from the momentum, but managed to remain upright.
勝ったんだから私はもう自由でいいんだよね
Since I won, that means I'm free, right?
好きになさい。
Do as you please.
香織
Kaori-san?
アクルさん、立ち上がる時の姿勢がブレてるわ。
Akuru-san, your posture is off. Now, that's a really interesting line here. She's coming across as very much here as the kind of very strict, unapproving mother-in-law. But let's remember what was her name? Not Kaori-san. The mother-in-law said. Let's remember what the other mother-in-law said. She's most strict with the people she sees the most potential in. What Kaori is saying here is that she approves. Keiko, that was it. Keiko. She approves, or at least she doesn't approve, but she's willing to go along with it. That's good. Look at that. This is some effort. This is some good attention to detail being put into this writing here. Not always perfect, but there's some good stuff here, and I am here for it.
はいすみません
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. It seemed that Kaori-san was always in instructor mode, whatever the situation. Not that I knew what this situation was. No, this is not instructor mode. Akuru, this is not instructor mode. This is tsundere mode. This is tsundere mode.
何デレデレしてるのアクルまさかママに手出してないよね
Why are you blushing? Akuru, don't tell me you put the moves on my mom.
いや手は出したというか出されたというか
No, she was the one showing me the moves. She'd moved my arms and legs into position when she was teaching me, but before I could explain, Ren's expression changed.
アクルの浮気症
Thought returns again. Akuru, you thought. Uakusho. I don't know what that means, but it's probably something. It feels like it's got a similar root to cheater. Uragiri mono. Let's hear it again, shall we?
もうアクルの浮気症
Uakisho.
いや浮気っていうか
No, it's not like that. Hussy would probably be better. I'd probably go with Hussy, although Hussy isn't very popular among the kids these days. I attempted to explain, but quickly gave in to Ren and let myself be dragged out of the room and into the verdant garden.
何がなんだかまだ分かってないんだけど
I still don't understand what the heck is going on. My shout echoed through the Furitachi mansion. Ah. Wow, okay, that happened. Okay. We've got the power duo together again. I think we'll maybe do one more scene. We'll see how one more scene plays out. And then I could really do with a late lunch. Ren is happily singing away.
これはいいかな
This should do.
何これ
What's this? Ren screwed up her face as she pulled clothes out of the boxes in my closet. She held up a t-shirt with black writing and a red logo.
何この古臭い男物の T シャツ捨てていい
Ew, what's with this old men's t-shirt? Can I toss it?
ちょっとそれはダメ
Hey, no, I need that. Okay, we've clearly gone back to domestic life without explaining anything once again. That does seem to be the way of this story. Explain nothing.
まさか元彼やっぱり捨て
Huh? Is this from an ex-boyfriend? I'm tossing it. She frowned even harder and made to throw the t-shirt into the trash, but I hurriedly snatched it from her.
違うそれは犬猫艦隊アユリオン T シャツイプシオンバージョン高校時代の推し T だから
No, it's a Pet Fleet Ayurion t-shirt, Epsilon version. My high school husbando.
あゆよくわかんないんだけどこれ絶対アクルの趣味じゃないじゃん一度も着たことなさそうだし
Are what? I don't know what that is, but you're definitely not into it now. Doesn't look like you've ever worn this.
オタク T シャツは着るとか着ないとか関係ないの
Wearing them isn't the point of otaku t-shirts. Can confirm. I told her emphatically, and Ren rolled her eyes, but refolded the t-shirt and returned it to the box.
なんか前から思ってたんだけどアクル服めっちゃ少なくない
So like, I've been thinking, you have like no clothes.
レンが多すぎなだけでしょ
I think you just have too many.
これでも冬物は置いてきたんだけど
What? But I didn't even bring my winter closet. Okay, she started moving her clothes in. This is good. This is a good sign. Pouting, Ren plopped down onto the bed. Bags and clothes were strewn around the room. Most of them Ren's. Bruh. After the confrontation at her house, Ren and I were living together again. She had brought way more stuff with her than last time, so I decided to have a clear out.
結局香織さんとも仲直りはしてないままだし
In the end, she didn't patch things up with Kaori-san. She'd brought all her makeup and things for class, along with her favourite bags and clothes, but it seemed she still had a lot of stuff left at home.
賭けとかそういうのじゃなくいつかは認めてもらわなきゃいけないと思うんだけど
We need her mum to accept us at some point, and not just because of some bet, which we still don't know the deal of. Feeling overwhelmed, I threw on some worn-out camisoles and a pantyhose into the trash bag.
また T シャツまた男物
Oh, more t-shirts. Ugh, men's again.
オタク向け T シャツはフリーサイズしかないのよ
Otaku shirts are one size fits all, and it can be a problem. It can really be a problem. Like, the number of times I've been looking and been thinking, yeah, I could totally get this person's merchandise, or I could get that thing to commemorate that show. And then I look at the size, and I mean, I'm kind of lucky, but I'm way, like, they would be way too baggy on me. Way too baggy on me, so it's like, Do you wear a shirt that doesn't fit, you know? You know? It can be a problem. Or it also doubles the other way. Like, I did once go to an event and I bought a shirt that kind of fit at the time, but after a little bit of time went on, I did put on some weight, so it ended up being far too small and I could barely squeeze into it again. I could barely squeeze into it. Actually, it's a miracle I can squeeze into it again these days. Still tight at the shoulders though, but yeah. Otaku shirts are one size fits all. It doesn't not make sense, but yeah.
絶対もっとアクルに似合う T シャツあるのに。
There are so many things that would look better on you though.
そろそろ聞かせてくれてもいいんじゃない？どうして家を出て行ったのか。
Are you ready to talk yet? About why you left? On the way to the station, I screwed up my courage and asked Ren, who had been walking along in silence. She stopped in her tracks and turned to face me.
何があったのか知らないけど、ちゃんと話してほしいの。わからないままだと気持ち悪いし。
I don't know what happened, but I'd like you to tell me. I don't like not knowing. Clutching her Boston bag tightly to her chest, she let out a big sigh.
そうだよね。ちょっと重い話でもいい？
Yeah, you're right. Mind if I get heavy with you for a moment? She came over to me, looking resigned. She stared up at me, her gaze uncertain, like she was searching my face for my feelings.
ちゃんと聞くから。聞かせて。
I'll listen. I mean, I want to hear.
アクル。そうだよね。
Akira. Yeah, okay. She nodded, her lips set in a tight line of resolution. Then she slowly began to talk.
ちょっと重い話なんだけど、実は私の実家っていろいろあったんだ。まあ、もうなんとなくわかってるだろうけど。
This is kinda heavy, but my family has issues. You've probably already figured out a bunch of it.
私のパパは長く続いてる日本舞踊の流派の家系で、もともとママはパパのお母さん、おばあちゃんがやってる教室の生徒だったの。
My daddy's from a family of traditional Japanese dancers. My mum used to be a student at his mum's, my grandma's, dance academy.
それからなんかいろいろあったらしくて、パパは家にはいないし、一度も帰ってきたことはないみたい。
Anyway, a bunch of drama happened between them and my dad left. I don't think he's ever coming back.
私はパパのことが好きだけど、ママはパパのこと好きじゃないみたいで、パパがつけた私の名前を呼ぶたびにずっと苦しそうだった。
I love my daddy, but I think mum hates him. She hates calling me by the name he gave me.
それに、私はただ好きなように生きたいだけなのに、ママは私に厳しくて。
And like, I just want to live my life how I want. But mum's so strict on me. I don't know, I think considering you get away, you know, dressing how you like, dyeing your hair, disappearing to sleep on friends' sofas, I think she doesn't have quite a heavy hand on you as you might think. She could be a lot more strict. But, yeah. It's the kind of thing where, you know, no family's perfect, and even if it's not so bad, it can still be difficult. Absolutely.
アクルもママと話したならわかるでしょ？あんな感じなの、いっつも。
You spoke with her, so you get what I mean, right? She's always like that.
あれは、そういう性格なのかと。
I figured that was just her personality.
いや、性格は性格。でも、ラブって名前にこだわりすぎでしょ？だから読み方は違うけど、レンにしちゃえばいいじゃんって思うんだけど。
Personality's one thing, but she's obsessed with calling me love, right? Which is why I started calling myself Ren. It means the same thing anyway.
だからレンって。
Ah, so that's why you're Ren now. One of her lies had been replaced with truth, although Ren herself probably hadn't seen it as a lie.
名前、わざわざ言うことないかなって思ってたんだけど、びっくりさせちゃってごめんね。
I guess I felt like it wasn't worth mentioning. Sorry for the surprise. Well, I mean, you don't exactly need to go up to someone and say, "Hello, lovely to meet you. Call me Ren, but I actually... my full name is actually Love, as in the English pronunciation of the word." You don't need to go through that whole rigmarole every time you introduce yourself to someone. It comes up when it comes up.
ほんとね。
Right. It wasn't like I'd ever asked. I felt the wind go out of my sails a little.
まあそんなわけで友達の家に泊まったり結構自由にしてたんだけど、そんな時にアクルと会ったからちょうどいいなーって。
Well, anyways, I was staying with friends, pretty much doing whatever I wanted, when I happened to meet you. It was perfect.
それって。
Huh? You mean...
ああ、うん。
yeah, about that.
もしかして私利用されてたの？
You were using me?
ごめん。いや一目惚れは一目惚れなんだけど、ちょっとだけ欲張りになっちゃって。
Sorry. Like, I totally did fall for you at first sight, but I might have been putting it on just a teeny tiny bit.
もういいわよ。
Figures. I thought it was all a bit much. So, telling me she was living alone and making that don't ask face, it'd all been an act.
っていうか、それならそれで素直に母親とうまくいってないって言えばいいのに。
Why didn't she just come out and say she was having issues with her mum? The fact that she hadn't probably meant it was hard for her to talk about.
それでアクルの家に泊まってたんだけど、ちょうど喧嘩した時にママに見つかっちゃって、でしばらくお説教されてたんだけど、まあ抜け出して。
So I was staying at your place, but then after we had that fight, my mom found me. She dragged me home and gave me an earful, but, well, I snuck out.
待って、なんとなく分かってきたから。
Wait, I think I'm starting to get the picture.
でアクルからハグされて。
And then you hugged me. It was incredibly embarrassing having that pointed out to me all over again. I covered my red face with my hands, but Ren didn't seem to notice as she carried on excitably.
あ、もうこれは結婚しようって思って。
I was like, I want to marry this chick.
私みたいなこと言わないでよ。
Ugh, don't mock me.
だってほんとかっこよかったし可愛かったし愛されてるなーって思ったの。アクルたまにすっごいいい女なの。ほんとずるい。
But you're so cool and so cute. I felt really loved. Sometimes you're like the perfect woman. It's really not fair. Okay, I need to have a quick bite of something. I have something that I generally love, but in fact hate right here with me. I need to have something to eat. I'm getting hungry. I bought some Stollen at the shop, and I thought all Stollen would be marzipan. But this isn't marzipan. This is poppy seed. And it was so disappointing I barely ate any, but needs must. So bear with me a few seconds. I need some energy. Nom nom nom. Yep, I need a little energy. I can taste the sugar, but it just tastes like lies and betrayal to me. Okay. That ought to do. I now have very dusty and crumbly icing sugar everywhere. Oh god, it's everywhere. Everywhere. Oh god. Well, I'm gonna have to sweep. Right, okay. Right, we're back. I have some energy. I'm not gonna starve to death.
なんだか褒めてるんだかわかんないんだけど。
But you were so cool and so cute. I felt really loved. Sometimes you're like the perfect woman. It's really not fair. I can't tell if that's a compliment. Listening to our professor love for me made me think of myself with my husbandos. Ren took a deep breath to calm herself down, then carried on.
ちゃんとママにアクルとのことを認めてもらおうと思ってファンミーティングの次の日に家に帰ったんだけど。
And so I decided I wanted to try and get my mum to accept a relationship. So I went back home the day after the fan event, but...
やっと帰ってきたと思ったら、それはどういうこと？
You just came home and you want to leave again already?
だからその人の家で一緒に暮らしたいの。ママには迷惑かかってないんだからいいでしょ。
Wait, okay, bear with me. So the timeline of events is, they do the fan event. They do the fan event where they go to the karaoke place. And they have that moment where she's being ignored. And then she leans in for the kiss and gets rejected. She says that she hates her and runs off. But where she's running off to... excuse me. But where she's running off to is to her mum, so that she can tell her that she wants to continue living with her. Or was there a different fan event? Am I missing something in the timeline here?
そういう問題じゃありません。どこの誰とも知らないけれど、そんな一時の感情でこの家を出て行きたいだなんて。
That's not the point. I don't know who this person is, but I don't understand why you want to leave home over some silly crush.
一時じゃない。私たち愛し合ってるもん。
It's not silly. Like, maybe it's one-sided, but I'm in love.
若いうちは皆そう言うんです。所詮しばらく会わなければ相手もあなたのことを忘れるわ。
Everyone thinks they're in love at your age. After you've been gone for a while, they'll forget all about you.
そんなことない。私のこと忘れたりしないもん。
No way, I won't be forgotten.
忘れるわ。
Yes, you will.
もういい。それなら証明してみせるから。私がいなくなったって絶対に私を探し出してくれるんだから。
I'm so done. I'll prove it to you. They'll come looking for me. You'll see.
賭けをすることになって、アクルが私を迎えに来たら私は家を出れるし、すっかり忘れちゃったら私はママの言う通りにするっていう。
And so it turned into a bet. If you came to find me, I could leave. If you forgot about me, I'd do as my mom said.
もう何それ。
Seriously? What the hell? Oh wait, no, I forgot the fan event they were hugging. They were doing the hugging. Oh yeah, no, I'm remembering now. I remember the timeline. I completely forgot that section. I shouldn't have, it was great. Ren was one thing, but I couldn't believe Kaori-san would agree to such a childish wager. Still, it seemed to be the truth of what had happened these past weeks.
ほんと辛かったんだから。
It was really hard. I've been really worn down these past few weeks, making time in between work to hunt for Ren.
それ以上にレンの気持ちがわからないのがこんなに辛いなんて。
But not knowing how Ren felt somehow was the hardest part of all. I hadn't expected that.
私だって辛かったよ。学校に来てくれた時も部屋に来た時も本当は言いたかった。
It was hard for me too. I really wanted to tell you, when you came to my college and to my room.
ならなんで。
So why didn't you?
だってそれはなんとなくずるい気がして。
Because it didn't feel fair. What, fair to your mother? She hung her head, her uncertain voice disappearing into the hubbub around the station. But soon she looked up again and smiled.
でもアクルがちゃんとママを説得しに来てくれて、私を迎えに来てくれて、すっごく嬉しかった。
But then when you came to talk to my mum, when you came to get me, I was so happy. Ren wrapped herself around my arm. Her palm travelled down to brush mine, and she looked up at me bashfully through her lashes.
ダメ
Can we?
ダメ
No. Her shoulders slumped dramatically. It was such a funny reaction I couldn't help but chuckle.
恥ずかしいから家まで我慢して
It's embarrassing in public, so wait until we get home. Oh my. What's gonna happen when they get home?
了解です
Oh, poor Ren. So much anticipation. Akuru full dera. She's gone dera dera. She looked down, her tone oddly formal. The tips of her ears peeking out from her golden hair were bright red, and she hugged my arm even tighter. What does she think is going to happen when they get home? Probably nothing.
これ香水アクルあんまり使わないのに珍しい
Oh, is that perfume? You don't normally wear it. Ren spotted one particular box among the range of merch displayed on my dojin shelves.
それは推しのイメージで作った香水
It's perfume inspired by my husbando.
何それ何のために作んの
Say what? Why would they make that?
推しを身近に感じるのよ身近に感じすぎて結局あんまり使えてないけど
It's so you can feel close to them. But I felt a little too close, so I don't use it often. I'd had it made for me at a special store based on Kohei-kun's image. The notes of citrus and sandalwood turned out just as I'd imagined, but the feeling of my husbando in the room with me had been too much to bear, so I'd only used it one time.
私がいるんだからこんなのいらなくない
Well, I'm here now, so you shouldn't need it anymore.
それはそれこれはこ
They
れ
aren't comparable. I told her as I folded towels. I bought 5 new ones at the fan event, and I was having a hard time shoving them all into the box.
あそもそもこの匂いがいいとかちょっと使っていい
Do you like this scent? Can I try it? Although it's citrus and sandalwood, that doesn't sound like it would smell really nice.
うん別にいいけど
Sure. Knock yourself out. Ren's face lit up like she'd had a brilliant idea. I had a bad feeling about it, but for the time being, I continued tidying. Very clever work being done here. Very clever work, Ren. All you need to do is create the association. This is slightly manipulative, but as she creates an association in Akuru's mind between Kohei, who she adores, and Ren herself. Well, I wouldn't quite say Pavlov. It's kind of similar. Yeah. You expose them to a scent and it gets them a certain way, and then they can transfer the association onto Ren herself. So yeah, I suppose that is quite Pavlovian. As I was piling up unwanted clothes, I suddenly caught the scent of sandalwood in the air. We're gonna get a CG, people! We're gonna get a CG!
どうドキ
So,
ドキする
does this get you going?
待って
Wait. Arms wrapped around my neck and I felt a weight against my shoulder. The next moment, the scent grew even stronger.
待って脳がバグる
Wait, I'm short-circuiting! Kohei-kun's scent mingled with Ren's. The voice at my ear was Ren's, but the smell was Kohei-kun. What the...
それほんと無理解釈違いってかレンあなた無防備すぎ
No, I can't take it. It's too confusing. And you're too vulnerable. She's too vulnerable, you say? She's vulnerable? I shook her off and held her at arm's length. It'd been so long since I'd felt her this close that my head was spinning.
前から言ってるけど私にその気はないからその手をつなぐとかそういうのならいいけど
Told you before, I'm not into that. Although I don't mind holding hands and stuff.
もういい加減認めなよ
Could you just admit it already?
私は3次元の女の子にそういうことする気はないか
What the
ら
hell?
恋人じゃなくルームシェア
What the hell is this? I'm not into 3D women. You're not my girlfriend, you're my roommate. I moved away from her, flapping my hand around to waft away the lingering scent. Wow.
恋人がいいんだけど、せっかくママの目から離れてイチャイチャできると思ったのに。
What? But we're basically together. I thought we could finally take things to the next level now I'm away from my mum.
ダメ、ルームシェア、同棲じゃなく同居。キスもそれ以上もなし。絶対にそこは譲らないから。
No, we're roommates, not any other kind of mate. Kissing and stuff is off the table. I'm not backing down. Ah, man, what the... What? Ah, I'm beyond words. I'm beyond words.
キスくらいいいじゃん。アメリカだったら挨拶だってキスするよ。
Aw, what's wrong with a little kiss? In America, they kiss each other to say hello.
挨拶のキスで収まるならいいけど。
Don't even... Right, Akuru, if you're gonna slam the door, you need to make sure you lock it behind you afterwards. Then sure, if you can leave it at just a greeting.
収まるわけないじゃん。
Oh, I obviously can't. Ren, you just shot yourself in the foot. Ren, you had an opportunity you could have taken advantage of.
ならダメ。
Then no.
アクルのバカ。好き。
Oh, Akira, I hate you. I love you. With that, she wrapped her arms around my neck again. Really, I wouldn't mind if things carried on this way forever. What, playing will they, won't they? I don't think my heart will take it if that were to happen. I don't think my heart could take it.
それでずっと先延ばしにしてるんだ。
Okay, I think this might be the spot that we want to call things for this stream. 4 hours, 20 minutes, 37 seconds. Yes, exactly. Exactly my point. I had a quick bowl of cereal before I began, but I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry, and I'm out of water. Oh dear. I thought the game had crashed for a second, but thankfully it hasn't. So catchy. But yeah, no, okay, so I think that's gonna do for now. I think that's gonna do for now. So this has been an interesting... This has been interesting. 4 hours, 20 minutes. Yeah, what a perfect time to look at stopping. A perfect time to look at stopping. I think. But yeah, so this has been part 2 of Oshirabu, and I do have to admit, it's taking me longer to get through this than I thought it would. It's taking a lot longer to get through this than I thought. I thought I'd be able to blast through the second half of this game in no time. I thought I'd get through it quite quickly, but it doesn't look like I've managed it. Let's see how we're doing as far as the CGs are concerned, though. The last CG we got... Was it this one? I think it was this one. I think this was the last CG we got. Oh, look. Hand touchy. No, this was the first one we got today. So that was the last one we got last time. And the CGs that we've gotten this time, we had this scene where there was the cheek touching, no head patting, but there was cheek touching. There was them doing karaoke, where she was just completely ignored. And then we had them meeting at the station, where there was more cheek touching and hugging. Wait, where's the hug? The audio seems to be glitching out. That's a kind of a concern. Yeah. Oh wait. Do we not get to see the hugging? There was CGs of them hugging and it was absolutely freaking adorable. Give them back. Where did they go? And then we had looking at the front desk with Ren's mother. We had them talking through the door to her room, which was adorable and hilarious. And then we had them meeting with the mother. Which is just so good. But, okay, so it looks like we are getting close to the end, by the looks of it. We've got another 3 CGs, and then there's 2 more hidden away here as well. So yeah, yeah, it looks like there's not too much to go. Looks like I might be able to finish this off next week. I think that would be really good. I'm still really enjoying this. We've got one more background we've not seen. I'm curious as to what it might be. And Love Emotion. The tunes are so cute. Let's try the... Oh, there's the music box version. I didn't realize it was the same track. I like it. I like it. Ah, dear.
推しのラブより恋のラブ
But yeah, no, this has been good. This has been good. I really enjoyed this continuation. Even so, like there's still a couple of moments that I'm still not happy with. Well, not unhappy. It's just that I don't know. Maybe I'm just struggling at parsing what's being said at times. But yeah, the pacing, the way that the characters interact, it's not like 100% natural. It makes plenty, like when it came back up again and said, "Oh yes, I've been living with Ren for a month now," and it was like, had you not already been living with Ren for a month? Had you not already been living with Ren for a month by the end of the Dojin event, which was like the first arc after you met? Also, hello, Seabass. Hello, hello. I think you may have missed most of the excitement. Very sadly. I'm just about to be finishing up. Just about to be finishing up for today's stream. But there's a couple of moments that aren't, you know, 1,000,000% perfect. And also, why the characters are okay leaving it weeks between talking to themselves about what happened. You know? Like, there was a moment when Shino was like, yeah, what happened when you broke into Ren's family home to like to talk to her? What was the end result of that? Like, would you not ask that as soon as you left after the fact? I don't know. The layout of some of the scenes don't quite make so much sense, you know? Didn't realize it had been so long. Well, yeah, I've been streaming for nearly 4.5 hours now. Nearly 4.5 hours. It's been a day. It's been a day. But yeah, good to see you here. Good to see you here all the same. Always more than welcome to have you here. So yeah, a couple of issues with the pacing, the way that the story's structured. It could use a little bit of work. There were also a couple of typos, a couple of bits where like the localization wasn't 100% still, but you know what? It's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. And you know what? We got Best Girls back together again. We got the girls back together again. And it's really nice. I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. Although I do have to say, I do see what people are saying with the whole Shino Akuru thing. Where is it? Someone was saying that they saw the love triangle going. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of it, it did actually be revealed that Shino did have a thing for Akuru as well. I don't think it's likely to happen. Or if it does happen, it was like, yeah, I thought that we could be like that, but yeah, I was more than happy to just stay friends. I can see that happening. But she is just a massive tease generally, is Shino. I like Shino. Shino's still definitely... I think Shino's probably best girl for me. She suits my tastes quite well. Just in the way that she acts. Or like maybe not even taste per se. Maybe she doesn't like suit my tastes. Maybe it's more like she's someone like she's got a personality that I would enjoy bouncing off of, I think. Malik's short stacks confirmed. This is not necessarily untrue. This is not necessarily untrue. Off topic, Malcolm. Would you play and stream more visual novels in future? I probably would. It would depend on the visual novel itself. Whether it was one that I'd be entirely comfortable streaming. Like, I know I can stream this one quite contentedly, because I know that what even passes for ecchi stuff here is not going to be too extreme. If I was to play something like Katawa Shoujo, for example, I've played a bit of that. I think, yeah, it was this year I actually finished all of the roots of Katawa Shoujo. So if I was to play that, if I was to revisit one of the roots, I would probably need to put the I would need to put on fruit mode if you're not familiar with the game. If you're not familiar with the game, whenever a load scene comes up, there's a setting that will replace the ecchi scene with images of fruit and the sound of a heart beating as the screen pulses. And you kind of have to read between the lines to kind of figure out exactly what happens during the frantic coitus. Which sometimes is very significant, actually. Sometimes events happen during the ecchi scenes that does actually have consequences. It's not just there for gratification. There are things going on in the wider story that are affected by them. There are things going on in the stories that come up again during said scenes. It does a really good job of balancing it. It does a really good job of balancing things. So it makes it not just a matter of gratification. It's also a way to explore the characters. If you're not familiar with it, the main character, spoiler alert for the first 2 minutes, has a heart condition. He's got arrhythmia. So frantic or like energetic activity, if he's not used to it, can actually lead to him potentially dying. It's serious business. So as you'd imagine, an ecchi scene might have some consequences for him. So yeah, that turns out to be pretty relevant. And it does come up in those scenes. They don't just hand wave it away. But it's good. But I would be able to play that game because I can put on the safe mode. Because I can put on the safe for work version, or the mostly safe for work version. But it's a really good game. But yeah, no, I definitely would. I would definitely look at playing some more kinetic novels, short visual novels, that kind of thing. There's one game that I've got vaguely in mind. Let's see, where is it? What's it called again? One that I've had in mind to play for a while. There's the StarCraft 2 visual novel, the esports visual novel that I've been wanting to play for years at this point. I would really like to play that. I've had that on my to-play list for a while. It's basically someone getting into the pro, or getting back into the pro StarCraft 2 competitive scene, which seems like it would be pretty cool. Apparently, it's interesting even for people who've not played the game, and what's it called? And also, like, it introduces you a lot of concepts from StarCraft as well, so it's very acceptable, or accessible rather. There was also, where's it gone? There was another game that I was maybe going to play, but I can't quite see it in my list of games. It was Sierra Ops. The space battle mecha visual novel, which is pretty impressive actually. I've not played any of it, but yeah, there's like space battles and the like, which is a whole thing. So that sounds like pretty cool. I like spacey stuff. I like mechas and jazz. I think it's mostly spaceships. So maybe I'll play that sometime. That would be really cool. That'd be quite cool. And as far as I know, there's no lewd scenes in it either. So I'd be able to stream it with absolutely no problems. Yeah. But yeah, I would definitely be open to playing some more of these games in future. Bonus points if they happen to include Yuri, because I do enjoy myself some Yuri. I cannot deny. That's kind of the whole thing of doing these streams. It's basically just me going, you know what, screw it, I want to enjoy some Yuri stuff, and I'm going to do it on stream because why the hell not? So yeah, that's it basically. Yuri visual novel. Well, this is a Yuri visual novel. I'm down for some nice Yuri visual novels. So by all means, if you do have some suggestions for me in that vein, as long as they're not too racy, I'll be able to stream them. Talking about the Yuri genre, have I watched any Yuri anime series? I have watched several Yuri anime series. Most of them are like too much melodrama. I don't enjoy melodrama. I don't enjoy melodramatic series, whether it's Yuri or whether it's a standard romance. I watched Citrus, actually. I watched Citrus that came out a couple of years ago. And I more or less enjoyed it. But one of the real problems was that it was just so much wishy-washy, misunderstandings, you know, just people not just communicating, and it just frustrated me. I'm just like, come on, just give me the Yuri, okay? That's what I'm here for. Get them together. They can have their fusses or whatever, but I just want to see cute characters doing some cute stuff together. That's what I'm here for. Have I watched Sakura Trick? No, I haven't, but it's one that I'm aware of, but I haven't played it myself. Let's see. Other series that I've watched. I can't really think. Off the top of my head, I can't really think of many other Yuri series. I think I definitely watched several no long winding melodrama. Thank goodness. Yeah, too much melodrama is just no fun. I don't like watching my favourite characters crying all the time. That's not fun to me. That isn't fun. I like happy people. A little bit of interpersonal drama is okay, but not crying. Or at least not too much. I'm not watching anything right now. Dragon Maid. I suppose that would count as a somewhat Yuri. I mean, it's got some Yuri trappings to it at any rate. Dragon Maid definitely does. Right, let's quickly pop over to the chatting screen. Get my BGM playing again. But yeah, Dragon Maid I'd probably say would be it's got the trappings of Yuri, even if like there's no explicit relationship or stuff there. Dragon Maid definitely is a really good series. I really like it. I've not finished season 2 actually. I'm up to date with the manga, but I've not watched all of season 2 of the anime yet. I need to though, because it's always so fun. It's always so good. What else? What else has... Right, where's my manga list? I talk about my Yuri manga list on occasion. It comes up. Still my hands down favourite Yuri series in manga is... Where's it gone? Where actually is it? Oof, it's not updated for a while. I'm scrolling and scrolling looking for it. Kami Eshi JK to OL Fujoshi, which I absolutely adore. It is the best freaking thing. And it's over a month since it's last updated. And the translator's usually pretty on point with updating monthly. So it's a shame. But it's absolutely fantastic. It's part of what inspired me to play this game, to play Oshirabu. Part of the reason why is because the premise is quite similar to Oshirabu. So if you like Oshirabu, but like me you want something that's got a bit better writing, then Kamieshi JK is what you want to watch. That's what you want to read. If you want more of this, that is what you want. I will type it out. Kamieshi
JK to OL Fujoshi. That's it. That's it. So yeah, if you're enjoying this, if you're enjoying Oshirabu, definitely give that a shot. Definitely give that a look. It is absolutely fantastic. It, I think on the whole, it has a bit less thirst in it. Neither of the characters is quite as thirsty as Ren is. But both of the characters can still be very pushy. They can still be quite pushy towards each other, but still both of them are kind of not completely confident in themselves as well. It's a lovely mix. It's a lovely mix. It is a really good series. Would recommend. Highly recommended series. Let's see. What else can I cover quickly? I don't really know what else. I mean, there's plenty here, but is there any that I actually want to give a shout out to? Oh yeah, I came across a new one maybe a week or so ago. My Wish is to Fall in Love Until You Die. Is kind of interesting. It's kind of got a little bit of violence and a surprising amount of death in it, actually. But it's really good. Also, have I mentioned this one on stream? I don't think I've mentioned this one on stream, but one of the characters in it, I am not kidding, is the spitting image of Shura. The spitting image of Shura. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. But yeah, it's a spitting image of Shura. It's not like a full-on Yuri. It's like you can definitely tell that these characters, like that some of the characters are more Yuri than others, kind of thing, and they definitely have the whole, you know, the like need to be close to each other kind of thing. So it's not like blatant. It's not as entirely blatant. I'd say it's maybe more in the line of shoujo ai rather than full Yuri. But yeah, it's definitely in that kind of direction. Manga with subtle Yuri undertone. Yeah, pretty much. But it's definitely set up as a Yuri series. But it's an absolutely fantastic read. I would recommend it. I've been enjoying it. What else? Oh, and while you're at it, while I've got people here, another series that I need to recommend. Isekai Oji-san. This is not a Yuri series, very far from it. It is an isekai, but it's more like a post-isekai. It's a post-isekai. Oh my god, you read that. It's so good, isn't it? It's so good. Like, you think, what is the appeal of this? Why would you want to read a series about a literal college student's uncle who is woken up from a 16-year coma, and it turns out the whole time he was in another world? Yeah, he comes over and he still feels like he was from 16 years previously. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, it's fantastic. And just seeing the misconceptions that he has about the world, and especially his time in the other world, seeing them, and just slowly seeing what's happened over the course of his time in that world is just absolutely hilarious. It's so funny. Highly recommended. Didn't he get really choked up about Sega? He constantly gets choked up about Sega. It's constant. I like how he feels grounded in reality. The boy's uncle's not some buff hunk. Exactly. And like right the way through his time in the other world, they're like, oh, he's an orc, or he's an ogre, or something like that. They think he looks hideous. And yet he manages to somehow assemble a harem of characters that like him anyway. It's just unlike anything I've read. It's absolutely fantastic. I love it. Dear, dear, dear. But yeah, okay. By the way, do you like that elf? Oh yes, Elf-chan. I forget her name. But yeah, she is absolutely adorable. I would prefer her to win. Like, I know that at any rate, no relationship actually happened until he returned from the other world. But my money is on the idea that they are going to end up coming through to this side of the world. I need to reread Isekai Oji-san soon, yes. But yeah, my theory is that some of the characters from the other side are going to come to this side and visit him. And then you're going to have the nephew and the girl that likes him, and they're just going to be just doing their best to ship the two together. I really hope that happens. I really, really do. What a game. What a story. It's just so funny. It's so good. Oh, and another shout out to another series. If I can convince you to read another ridiculous rom-com that is also not entirely Yuri? ? Read The 100 Girlfriends That Really, 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 Really Love You. Or Hyaku GF. 100 GF. Definitely read that series. It starts out as ridiculous as it sounds, and it just continues to become even more ridiculous as it goes. Basically, the premise is the main character has gone through 100 heartbreaks in middle school. He has asked 100 girls out and been rejected 100 times. That's on average one person asked out every something like 2 weeks. And he's been rejected every single time. And he encounters the god of love, who has decided to make it up to him by giving him 100 partners, 100 soulmates that he will meet while in high school. And the thing is, he needs to be in love with all of them. He can't choose just one of them, because if he doesn't fall in love with all of them, then a great calamity will befall the earth. That's it, 100 Girlfriends. It's so good. It starts out kind of dumb. It starts out and you're thinking, okay, this is just... It's still ongoing. It's still ongoing. Siulan, hello, hello. We're here to discuss, of all things, a harem series. Wait, what? Wait, where are people coming from? Why are you reading me at this time? What the hell? I'm wrapping up here. But Siulan, hello, hello. Shura raid. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Shura, for the raid. Wow. Okay, well, we're here. You caught me at a very odd time. I was about to be wrapping up my stream so that I could get some food. Zake17. Thank you for the follow. Massively appreciated. Hello, everyone. Hello. Oh, dear. I read Red on King about the buffed Prussian man who can tame and ride so many wild animals. I've not read that one. Angry Dwagon RS. Thank you for the follow. So many people coming by. Thank you so much. Alan YWK. I'll go for Alan YWK. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. As another funny isekai. I'll maybe give it a look. We're currently discussing manga. We're currently discussing some manga and anime. I've just finished playing Oshirabu. I've just finished playing some Oshirabu. I look like I'm going to have to play another session of it. There's probably going to have to be another session of it next week. But we're just winding down, talking about some manga and stuff right now. Ninja Hanzo, were you here before? You may have been. I've been raided in the past. You may have came along with one of those. That can happen. That can absolutely happen. But yes, hello, hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Deja vu. But yeah, no, 100 GF is very, very good. It just starts out ridiculous and just keeps getting more ridiculous from there. It just keeps getting more ridiculous. October 13th. Yeah, I was probably rated somewhere around there. But yeah, the thing is, every couple of weeks in Hyaku GF, a new girl gets introduced, and it starts off with like a chapter where it's just about introducing her and explaining why she falls for the main guy and why they can become together. And then the next chapter is immediately, right, allow me to introduce you to my 20 and counting girlfriends. And for some reason they all decided to go along with it. But the thing is, despite being such a ridiculous premise, it is ridiculously funny. You temporarily stopped watching anime. Yes, this harem manga. If you're not watching it, this is the new king of harem series. It is 100 girlfriends who really, 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 really love you. It is absolutely fantastic. It sounds ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Somehow it keeps being more ridiculous. Like, it lives up to its name in the most ridiculous of ways. Like, give it a read, enjoy it. It's that good. I can actually wholeheartedly recommend it. I actually can. But yeah, no, it's absolutely hilarious. Every chapter that comes out, I've got a friend. I've been going for quite a while today. I have been, as it happens, I have been. About some in the region of 4 hours of visual novel reading. So it's been good. Profound Laughter, hello, and thank you for the follow. Massively appreciated. Massively appreciated. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, nice to meet you too as well, Angry Dwagon RS. Nice to meet you. But yeah, I have this friend who I've been reading 100 GF with, and like every single week, or is it every week? I think it's like every week, but every week when a new chapter gets uploaded, I end up taking like 5 or 6 screenshots of every chapter so I can just spam them at him. And then we just geek out over this series together. It's that good. It's so good. 100% would recommend. And the number of times that it actually points out how ridiculous the scenario is. Like, he's got like 20... I forget what the number is. He must be at 20 by now. Something like that. But like, the main character has like, all of the girls are they basically have some typical anime trope that's turned up to 11. But the main guy as well has had to have been turned up to 11 to be able to survive having so many girlfriends as well. So he's frequently shown pulling superhuman acts in order to actually be able to survive. It's amazing. It's so stupid but so fun. And yeah, it's always good to have someone to share some stuff for. So I would like it if some more people would give some of these series and things that I enjoy a try as well. I'm not shy about talking about them, or I do not wish to be shy about talking about them. But yeah, no, very interesting read, absolutely interesting read. Would recommend. But yeah, as I was saying, I was closing down my game about half an hour ago, and I'm still chatting. But yeah, do check them out. They are very good. I hope you enjoy them. But yeah, so yeah, I stopped playing the game about half an hour ago, and I'm still talking. But yeah, I'm gonna be closing up my stream in just a couple of minutes. I'm gonna get on with a little bit in the rest of my day. But if you just came by and if you haven't sent a little follow over, by all means, drop a little follow. I will appreciate it. I'm going to be streaming again on Thursday. On Thursday, I'm going to be streaming again. We are not going to be playing more Oshirabu though, sadly. What we are going to be playing is we're going to be playing some of the brand new and very, very fun strategy game, Age of Empires 4, which I've been having a lot of fun with. That's going to be on Thursday. Same time, I start 12 o'clock UTC plus 0. 12 midday. So yeah, if you think you might enjoy something like that, by all means, drop by. You can laugh at how terrible I am at the game. And we'll have some fun. Thursday on YouTube, not this week. Not this week as it happens. This week I'm trying something new. I'm going to be trying some I'm going to be trying playing some Age of Empires 4 over here on Twitch this week. We're going to be spending a little bit more time on Twitch moving forwards. We're not done with YouTube by any means, so by all means, go hunt down my YouTube channel. I think there's a link below the stream. I think there is if you scroll down a little. But yeah, we're going to be playing here on Twitch, and that should be very good because I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. And then this weekend, I may gorilla on Saturday, but no promises. And I'll be playing some Minecraft on Sunday. So that's my plan for the rest of this week. That's my plan for the rest of this week. Thank you for dropping the link there, TVPG. Thank you very much. So people can go check me out there. We're gonna have a lot of fun. I've got some special things in mind for YouTube, so definitely give me a follow there as well if you'll be interested in it. But yes, for now, that is going to be the end of this stream. Thank you, everyone who has came by. I massively, massively appreciate it. Whether you've been here from the start or whether you've popped around just to chill with me towards the end, absolutely fine. So yeah, massive thank you to. Let me just check. Let's see. We got a random follow about 7 hours ago, before I even started. KTCP9770. I don't know if you've been sneaking around, but you've been here. Gothic Kenzie. Massive thanks to Shura for the massive raid as well. 59 people. Whoa. Shura can bring the crowds. I'm glad so many people are getting on with Shura. Thank you for supporting her too. And to let's see. Zakase17, Angry Dragon RS, Alan YWK, and Profound Laughter. Thank you so much for the follows. And thank you all. Thank you all for being here. So yeah, with that, I will be seeing you on Thursday. I hope to see you there. And I hope to see you then. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye. Send a raid over to someone. I do like to send a little raid to someone. Here's someone to raid. If you're after something more just chill to, here's someone to raid. We'll do that. They're pretty cool. They play different games than what I tend to play, but they are pretty cool. Maybe we'll give them a look. Bye bye. Aveline. Or Aveline. Aveline. That's a cool name. I like the pronunciation of that. Aveline. But yeah, that's cool. That's cool. But right. I need food. I need food that isn't poppy seed stolen. I need food that doesn't taste like lies. So yeah, I'm gonna get some food. And then I have some prep to do. I'm gonna have some chill out time tomorrow, so that will be very nice. All of you enjoy the rest of your days, and thank you again for coming by. Bye bye. I can do that.